Schedule is a social construct, genetically inferior. Welcome everyone to today's stream. We're gonna do a cold open into Labyrinth of the Demon King because this game is very slow and there's a lot of space to talk in. You know what's funny? The only reason why she says that I'm genetically inferior is because I say it to her. Like, I always say, oh, that she's genetically inferior because she gets motion sick. I argue that people who get motion sick literally could not live during the hunter-gatherer stage of humanity. And they were simply carried by those who could. However, she is right. I am genetically inferior because what does it say about me, a person who can't drink water without dying? Welcome, everyone. I hope that, please remember to do the new rule that the mod added. Okay, the mod did add a new rule called if you get to drink water every 4 hours and then say I am moist. So please do that, otherwise she'll ban you. I should do it now. I've emboldened her to do a ban. And the reason why I did that is because I think it's funny. She's never banned anyone's that we don't know yet. So I'm hoping that like my mods gain a taste for blood. Oh god. God, sorry. Because the sooner they get a taste for blood, the sooner we have order in this place, right? Real honest order, real honest fear that keeps the people in check. The reason why we're doing this as a cold open, again, is because this game is very slow and I have a lot of things to talk about and I started late, so there's no real time to do a pre-stream if I want to do the other thing at the end of the day too. There's also no heart monitor because I couldn't find the strap in time and I was like, do we need the strap? And I was thinking to myself, it's funny if I say if I need the strap, like, hey, do you have the strap? And I was like, maybe I won't bother. There's a thing on the wall. There's like a little thing on the wall. Maybe I can go inside there actually. Yeah, welcome to today's stream. Sorry I was gone for so long, but it's because, again, I just like to spend time with my wife. I hope that you all had a good last 2 or 3 days, actually. I think we were gone since Monday. We got back yesterday, and then yesterday I was moving out. The reason why I'm late is because I was moving furniture. I was moving a lot of furniture. I'm not moving, I just had to like rearrange rooms. It was really painful. Whatever you do, don't rearrange furniture. It's not worth the effort. It's actually better, I think, to live in squalor and to live in like a set of... I feel like you can leave this like zone here. And to live in like a dirty, disgusting place than it is to live in a neat, organized place. Because organization is also a social construct, right? Just like a schedule is. Because think about it. What does it matter what time of day it is? Are you a farmer? Have you ever touched, like, most of you have never touched grass. Have you ever grown a potato? No. So it doesn't matter, right? None of this stuff matters. Things like, oh, like, what time do we start? And, like, how much money are we gonna make? And, like, oh, we have to get there before the corn falls apart. Ew, grass king. Or even things like, yeah, I mean, even something like, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, even the idea of like keeping things clean, right? Like who is looking at your place except for you? Who else is there, right? If it was just you, would you really care about the cleanliness? If like, imagine, okay? Old boy style, without the sex with your own daughter thing, okay? Old boy without the sex with your own daughter. You get kidnapped. You then end up being stuck in this room and somebody provides for you. Food comes in from like a hole in the wall, like the castle hole walls. Like the castle wall holes. Sorry, I'm trying to find the castle wall holes. Also, I think we have to go kill the skeletons again. I'm actually kind of annoyed. And you would have no need. Like you would just keep the room the way it is. You wouldn't even bother because it's your place. So that's why cleanliness is a matter of it's just a social construct. What'd you say? What's the point of cleaning it if it's gonna get dirty anyways? Exactly. Because especially if it's gonna get dirty, it's like there's basically no point. Because again, all of it's just gonna disappear in maybe like a couple of seconds. And it always happens like that, right? Because the thing is, if the only thing keeping something from being dirty, and sorry, from being clean is like one speck of dust or one bit of tissue on the floor, then that's an unreasonable standard to live your life by. And I don't negotiate with terrorists. We need to upgrade my weapons, right? Hey, buddy. Can you fix my equipment? Yeah, no problem, buddy. And everybody knows that that's a good piece of advice. What is a better weapon, actually? Maybe, it says do 2, but it costs 3 of my stamina. Whereas this does 1, but it costs 1 of my stamina. And the speed's actually nice, too. Anyways, I was gone for so long, and we actually did like a bunch of things. One, watch a new anime. Let me pull up the name just so I don't forget. Called The Summer That Hikaru Died. It's on Netflix. It's really good. Surprisingly, really good anime. You want to know what's funny? It comes from the same studio that makes Uma Musume. Yeah, the horse game. So the same studio that makes Uma Musume made probably one of the coolest animes that I've seen in a very long time. Not because of the, not because of the, like, it has cool animations and stuff, though it does have really good animation. Can I say something about anime? It's gotten a lot better. I do enjoy the full 2D look, because I think there's something cool about seeing an entire background animated in 2D and keyframed as like a whole landscape, right? But the use of 3D within anime to speed up time is now basically indistinguishable except for very specific situations. The only thing that I think people still get wrong with the technique is that they don't care about the variability of animation. Like 2D animation has a bunch of smear frames, right? The only place that I've ever seen care about smear frames in 3D animation has been Arc System Works, and they only do it for Guilty Gear. Which is funny because like of the games like all of the pieces of media, I wouldn't have expected Guilty Gear of all things to be the thing that would have heralded in that new way of seeing things, if that makes sense, right? Contrast this with something like, every anime that you watch, and it's strange how a lot of it is sort of like the same set static frame over and over and over, and there's no ability to smear the model like you normally would. But what's interesting is that in 3D animation and stuff like Pixar, they do smearing. Like they warp the body, they do smearing. It's the most famous example, I think now, is probably the K-pop Demon Hunter scene where she's like sniffing the gimbap, and she's like, it's going under her nose, and then she like eats the whole thing in one single bite. Right? That's the most famous example now. But that anime is really good. Okay, so my wife and I got really addicted to it. And I was thinking to myself, like, yeah, we should watch some horror thing because I think it'd be fun. Because it's Halloween. And it recommended, and it was really good. It's, I won't spoil it. Well, actually, you can't spoil it. Within the first 5 to 10 minutes, you see what happens, okay? But even then, it's a bit of a spoiler. So I won't say it because I think you have to experience it yourself. The best part about it is that it touches on a lot of what made Hannibal so good. Like, a lot of what made Hannibal so good was the idea of, not sort of asking who, but asking why, asking what, asking how, right? And even the question of how, I think in the Hannibal TV show with Mads Mikkelsen, that was basically known to us because it showed us everything that Hannibal ever did. Like, we saw the show from, in many ways, the perspective of Hannibal plus the main character. Everybody else was the side characters, but Hannibal and the main character, there were two peas in the pod, basically. It's a very fascinating approach to the show. And this anime gives me the same feelings. I know it's a crazy thing to say, because it's like, how can an anime give you the same feelings like that? But this is a new floor. I don't know, what is this? But I think it does work very, very well. What? You might want to look back. You might want to look behind you, man. There's something going on behind you. It's. Did you really? You. That's crazy. He does that and he just dies. He just fucks off and dies. That's nuts. This is in contrast to a lot of other media that kind of gets close, but sort of teases and does things with the medium that I don't enjoy. Right. The key thing is the jump scare aspect. I'm a huge non-fan of jump scares. The reason why is because I'm never prepared for it. And everybody gets afraid from a jump scare because you're never prepared for it. Such that eventually it stops taking effect because you just get tired of being jump scared, if that makes sense. Contrast this to something like what Hannibal does, where it's like, you can't escape from the fear, you're living in it. And it makes you go, oh god, what is going on here? Why is this character doing this? It makes you realize that everything that they do is just some sick, twisted game, right? And I think this show, The Summer Hikaru Died, takes it even further, where, we don't even know the motivations even more, but we know some ideas of how they got these motivations, And it's fascinating to see it play out that even though we know just a little bit, you still, in many ways, can't understand it. It's like something that feels so human, but is inhuman in that sense, right? And I think that was a fascinating part of the show that I really enjoyed, is that it made me think about that phrase of like, what is human and what is inhuman. I'll talk about that in just a bit, but 5 have been sent to this province, and none have returned. Now I understand why. The Shogun had the right to be concerned. The keeper of this castle has gone mad. He's imprisoned countless people. In the basement of this tower, there must be over 100 civilians, captured and kept for some unknown purpose, probably to summon demons. There are rumors the ruler here lays with a demon. It's the boy. I can't confirm if those are true, but one of the boys he keeps in his court is very odd. I've often seen him wandering the castle halls, muttering incantations to himself. Dude, imagine you see this like child and they're walking around, or just some person in your workplace, and they walk around and they start saying like modern day incantations. Which is, I mean, in my mind, a modern day incantation is like lines of code. So someone's like, in main parentheses colon. It's like, what the? It's like, what are you saying? He has some strange fascination for this place. It almost seems like he has dreams of making it his own. I'm certain I will die here. Everything but my helmet has been stripped from me. One of the guards was taking pity on me and slipped me this notebook, but he can't help any further. If anyone finds us, please bring my notes to Edo and report to the Shogun. This foul fortress must be destroyed. Well, I guess that's why I'm here, technically. Maybe that's why my master, Nobunaga, what was his name? Nobumitsu was sent here, right? To try and stop this on orders, but I'm assuming we all died because the demon threat was way too strong. Yeah, that question of what is humanity specifically was such a exactly magic like that. Yeah, wait, what is that email? Programming. Did I add that? I think I did add that. It's somebody wearing a skirt, somebody wearing like a pink top, somebody wearing like a bracelet, a collar with a heart on it, and then wearing a pencil skirt. The reason why I enjoy that question from the anime, and well, okay, first off, the reason why I put that email is because of the whole joke of the programmer socks. Really good the joke. Still, by the way, I think is the whole reason why people even watch my truck simulator streams. I'm actually it's like goonie baiting, but for truck sim. You know what I mean? It's like the truck simulator players have only known trucks, and this is the first time that they've ever seen the potential of like what a truck could be, what a truck represents, of like a person. Because in a truck, you only have yourself and your microwave. And I mean, I don't even know if you have a microwave. Are you allowed to bring like a microwave instead of a truck? I've heard of people bringing their gaming setups into a truck, where they play games from their truck, and it's like, oh, like somebody that's beating you in Counter-Strike might be a person from who's like on the road in a truck about to crash into a family of 4, right? Anyways, the reason why I enjoy that question of what is humanity from the anime is because it's a bit of an interesting phrase that the anime. What the fuck is this? It's so crusty here. Oh shit. Oops. Ow. He can counter. Okay, good to know that he can counter. That was very painful. It's a question that you don't really see posed by horror films very often. Most of the time, a lot of horror films will just sort of keep it very simple, and they won't really ask questions about the state of the... Wait, can they come back to life? About the state of the world, and the state of people, and the state of, like, you and the person in front of you who's doing this thing. I think true crime touches on it, but true crime has that sort of moral implication where you're profiting off of somebody's pain, right? Which is, I think, is a big deal. And I recently read about a YouTuber who like does this stuff, and she was actually told by the family to please, you know, put it like take the video down because it hurts her and her family, because they have to live, like basically relive the murder of their family member. And this YouTuber, they were like, no, it's my video, I'm gonna do whatever I want with it. Which is crazy, because it's like, have we really fallen so far that we just monetize people's deaths? Anyways, recently somebody gave birth live on Twitch. Anyways, so you have this like question being posed that I think a lot of horror media doesn't really pose to you, that only true crime really starts to pose. And it got me thinking on the idea of like what is humanity, because it's like, if it's such a defining feature of humanity that we call whatever this nebulous thing humanity, how is it that somebody can lose their humanity? What does that even mean? How can they be alive but also not alive at the same time in the sense of being human? right? It's a very strange paradox that I was thinking about. And I realized that the anime is so good because immediately it gives you that sense. I think in contrast to many other animes where it's just sort of like, what is the thing happening? How do you solve it? And even just shows, right? The show is humanity is a social construct. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Okay, so I'll talk about that in just a bit, but first comparisons to other shows. A show like Hannibal, you just care about necessarily like why the bad, like we know why the bad guy does it, and you're just trying to figure out how they're going to stop him and when they're going to figure him out. In a show like in an anime like Erased, you're trying to figure out who is doing this and why are they doing this. You know it's some sick game, but you're just trying to figure out, you know, who it is. That's sort of the main crux of it. In this anime, the main crux is what make Jesus Christ. Sorry. Is what I think that was my best scream yet. Oh, that was scary. The main crux of it is what makes us human. And I was like, this is a great premise for an anime because that's a very deep question. It's the kind of question that I think is well suited for mediums like this. You know what? Let me put on the heart tracker. I was kind of lazy to like do it, and now I see where the strap is, and actually now I see where the thing is. It was hiding under my microphone, so as soon as I moved it, like I saw it. But now let me actually put it on, because this game still hits me, and I think it's funny to roleplay the idea of like you're a samurai in the employ of a lord, right? Of a feudal lord named Nobumitsu, who goes on to try and avenge his lord, but at the same time, you're like live documenting to like the ghosts in your head about what everything is. Like I'm actually like a real samurai, but I'm just talking out loud. And I think it's funny because the idea of you talking out loud and then basically being scared shitless while you're going around and doing all of this stuff, I think that's a funny premise. Even though I hate that so much because it hurts so much. Turn on, buddy. Turn on. You're touching my body. Turn on. You're touching me. You're touching me. Turn on. Why won't you turn on? You are touching me. Wait, I know what happened. It needs water. I'll explain later. Right, I'm back. The water has helped start the electrical connection. This thing, most heart rate monitors basically capture things and track things by the electrical voltage, and so it needs like a good seal or something. It's not 50. It's not 50. That's me dead. That's me dying. That's like I'm dead. 50 is like I've died. I've fallen off a cliff. Why is it? Uh-oh. Hey, maybe exercise. Okay, now it's stuck. I didn't plan this. It's stuck at 69. Can you please move on from 69? Can we please move on from 69? Thank you. I was stuck at 69 for a while, and I was kind of worried. I was like, how do I explain this? But yeah, it's because my skin is too dry at the moment, so it doesn't really work. And, I like to keep my skin free of lotions and stuff because one, I hate lotion. Two, I'm worried about the impact of it on the band and the thing itself long term if it builds up gunk. Anyway, so most anime doesn't deal with the question of what is humanity. This anime, the summer that Hikaru died, does deal with the question of what is humanity. And I think that's a beautiful question to ask because of the mediums that you could ask something like this in, that looks like a person from this angle. That's such a good effect. Like a warped person. That's an amazing effect. I'll talk about this, but it's one that when I think of like traditional mediums, a lot of them, it's very difficult to express certain ideas in, right? Because it's sort of like you have to get a convincing actor to do it. Whereas in anime and other forms of related media where it's virtual, even stuff like this, right? In no other medium can you do this. With a practical effect, it'd be very jarring. I think without significant effort on making it look real, as if it's like a very thin person staring at you. And in much the same way, I feel like only in anime can you really explore a topic like that to the level that it does, because when using practical effects, like so much camera trickery would have to be done to hide the failing quality of it that I think it would sort of detract from it. But here, we get to see it in all of its full disgusting glory. Of like what is humanity? Like why do we say something is human or not based on whether it has this, you know, strange quality about it that is considered to be as human, even though we can't seem to define what that quality really is, but we know that every human has it. It's a very fascinating problem. Shit! Oh shit! It's why I think the anime is so good compared to other animes out there. Because it also, again, I think the medium is heavily underutilized when you, not to say that these animes are necessarily terrible, but when you see an anime that's like, oh, kawaii desu, neko cat girl, umamusume, well, I mean, umamusume is good, but like, other things, I'm just sort of like, you know, there's a lot of potential for the medium, but we just don't use it, right? And I sort of think to myself, why don't we? And why is it only used for, like, cat girls? Yeah. Yeah! Not that that's a bad thing. Not that cat girls are necessarily bad. Sometimes cat girls are good. Sometimes you want just a cat girl. But it makes you realize that there's so much more that the medium could do in terms of storytelling that you honestly wouldn't be able to do from a traditional media standpoint. It's actually kind of beautiful in that sense. What the hell was that? And this from an anime that comes from the same studio that made Uma Musume. So it's kind of crazy, but again, Cygames is the developers of Uma Musume, and this is from a subsidiary of theirs called Cygames Pictures. They're known for the animes and shows and movies of Uma Musume. Yeah, they actually only make they mostly only make Uma Musume content. How'd you kick again? I forget how to kick. Oh, shit. Which is funny because you wouldn't really expect that from this studio. But apparently, the reason why they got into anime production in the first place was not just to carry Uma Musume past the finish line, if you can excuse my sort of puns there, but to try and actually make a real anime studio that also happened to make an anime about a horse girl. This guy's body is just flying. Which is crazy, because again, you wouldn't expect that from any studio like that. And I didn't realize how much money is within Uma Musume, but remember how I said when we were playing it that it's like the highest earning game in Japan? I always think that other markets other than, you know, global are very small. Like, most country markets are small, but I kind of forget that, like, North America is one of the smallest gaming markets. We have one of the weaker presence in esports, and we also have just a very small market of people who buy games. Because in Japan, like, it dwarfs some provinces. It dwarfs a lot of states within America. Like, it's like kind of crazy how much money they actually make there. It's pretty nuts. And that's all from a game about an IP about horses. Which, I mean, ultimately horses are cool, but like, who gives a shit about a horse? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, what's the point of a horse? But I digress. I think it's fascinating to see it, you know, be that popular and to have led to this much stuff. Because, you know, I joke about it, but I actually do really enjoy the story of Uma Musume and the characters in it. And even the little bits of media that I've seen of it has been very top-notch. They tell very compelling stories. And it's fascinating because usually you would think like, oh, a person who makes a story and visualizes it wouldn't be able to tell a story, but I think that's just a weird misconception of like people who specialize in the different things. I think whatever Cygames has going on, they have a team that is fully capable of being able to do some amazing stories and to actually, this heals me? Wow. Within spaces that you just wouldn't expect. And especially, it's fascinating how innovative the stories are. Like, they, obviously with that money, they can do anything, right? But, I mean, again, how many animes do you actually encounter that talk about the story? How many games? How many movies? It's fascinating in that mostly it's movies and books that deal with very deep existential questions. It's very rare that you get something that actually deals with that within other spaces, because again, the genre norm is something like maybe the deepest you might get is like Shirobako. I'm just kidding. But like it is fascinating to think that like a lot of it is like very, very, I don't know, it's like that did not work. I need a special mallet. This thing is literally a hammer. Like, a lot of it is just made to, like, goon off to. Like, it's strange how much the medium has been relegated to that, but that's what the market pays, so. I get why. But in this, I was also thinking about what games that I enjoy. So this is a weird rabbit hole, but this is why I'm playing this game, because there's so much walking around that we need to do to find things that this is the perfect opportunity to. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus. The reason why I've been thinking about what games I want to play is because of that anime and going down that rabbit hole of what of like who made that anime and where it came from, and like, you know, the history of Cygames and the history of the games that it made, and why I even enjoyed those types of games. So again, Uma Musume, again, is that horse racing game that's basically gacha. You pay carrots, which is a currency spelled in the form of like carrots and diamonds, like 24 karat gold. What the hell was that? Yeah, what the hell was that? Hello? There's no way a centipede made that noise. It jumped. Oh, you thought it's carrots to feed the horses. Well, so it's funny because it's supposed to be. So the icon for it looks like carrots. And so you know, but it's not used to feed the horses. It's used to roll for prettier horses. And all the horses that like don't turn you on go to a glue factory. I wish I was lying, but I think that's actually the reason why. So any horse that doesn't make you instantly rock hard gets sent to a glue factory. It's very sad. Say goodbye to your horses, everyone. I'm freaking the fuck out. I don't like that noise. I've never enjoyed the idea of something growling at me, like a dog. Or even worse than dog, like a creature of some kind. Arrow. At least if it's a boss fight. I mean, the one flaw of this game, and I'll talk about this game in relation to this topic that I'm going to talk about here too. I really enjoy certain types of games, but I also realize that a lot of the games I play are just dopamine abusers, if that makes sense. I play a game called Summoner's War. I've been playing this game since high school. It's a really old mobile game that me and a couple of friends had gotten into back since high school. I was the one who quit first because I sort of fell off of the train, but I got back into it recently. And that game is a dopamine abuser. Same with like Uma Musume and stuff, but at least Uma Musume has like an interesting story that it wants to tell you via the horses, right? When you play a game that's entirely about making money off of you and just entirely about getting you to play the game constantly to try to convince you to buy things, you realize that a lot of the game design suffers. So, for context, this is a game where... What the fuck? What the fuck? What? This is armor breaking. I still don't know what F is. I still have no clue what F is. But it has no bleed, so I'm gonna go back to my hand axe. It's probably better. The speed is lower, but I think I enjoy the safety of just dealing damage. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I don't like that. I really don't like that. That's a boss. Oh dear god. Wait. But what's interesting is that that's not the thing that ate the dude from the floor last time. So this is a whole different monster. Also, I'm going to assume the boss is very easy. Yeah, the boss is very easy to kill. Yeah, okay. Well, the bow seems like a broken cheat, but... Okay, well, this is a little easy to kill. Okay, well, this is... I don't think the game is made for you to play at range. I don't think the game is made for you to play at range. Because this is kind of easy. I have no more arrows, but that's fine. I can just cut them down. This is actually very easy. He's actually so easy that I'm not even really afraid. Oh shit, he slowed me. It's actually even worse because you parry, and you just parry combo him. Like you normally would. This is pretty bad. You just parry combat. There's actually no real risk to doing that. Oh, okay, he's dead. That's kind of sad. Like, I enjoy the look of the boss, but when it comes down to actually fighting them, they all feel very not important. None of them feel particularly scary to fight because they're so easy to break down. I'm actually very like underwhelmed by this game's boss fights. Very, very sad. But this is why the topic of like what games I want to play came up, right? Is like what is that underwhelming feeling that I feel that's sort of crushing in that sense, right? And what I realize is that a lot of these games, it's always missing something from it that I think I would enjoy. This game, I think, has more elements of gameplay than the game that I'm talking about, right? When you see Summoner's War, you have to realize that game is god-awful. As in, like, there's nothing that you do in that game that actually matters. Nothing in that game truly matters, and all the time that you spend on it is just a system that it tries to make you spend because it wants to make money from you. So the whole point of that game is you have a bunch of enemies. Sorry, you have a bunch of monsters that you can summon, that you can use within tactical combat. It's a very good turn-based game framework, but I say that not because it's a good turn-based game. I say specifically a framework because I think turn-based games are very hard to do poorly. Not to say that they won't be done poorly, but I feel like most turn-based games can be done very, very well, very simply, because the framework is just have a bunch of really interesting moves, think about their interactions. You don't have to care about their timings. You just have to care about what they do and what opportunities that they provide. And as long as every move doesn't boil down to do more damage, then I think you're going to have a good time in making your game. I should go back and save, eh? Yeah, I'm going to go back and save. I'm gonna go back and save. I'm going to go recall. In saying that, the game messes up because what it does, and one of the strangest things that it does, is that of the things that you can pull, so it's like a gacha game, right? Polling is like you use some currency to pull the monsters. In this case, it's scrolls. And you can pull the monsters, and which are basically the units that you use. There's 5 categories that these units can go into corresponding to various elements. So for instance, the elements might be in this case, it is wind. It's wind, water, fire, and then there's light and dark. What this results in is that a single monster archetype can have 5 different versions of it that differ in like 1 or 2 skills. And then there's a rock paper scissors aspect where the game is like, okay, well, you know, this element beats that element. The reason why the game sucks is because of that. And I knew that it was bad, but I didn't really internalize it very well until I started to think about it more, and I realized the game design suffers because what happens is that when it does something like this, and when it forces you to do multiple things at once in order to be able to have the resources to do stuff, like for you to be able to pull things and to have options, you have to pull multiple copies of it that only differ by 1, and you only only have 4 of those monsters out on the field. It ends up resulting in the rarest monsters usually having the best effects. So light and dark are the 2 hardest ones to pull. Those are the ones that you pay money for. And like the battle pass is the stuff that you buy is egregious. It's like $100 per purchase for 1 scroll, and you know, maybe a couple of crystals, which is like the premium currency. So it's like to get like an entire thing, it's a $100 purchase. You can buy more and more crystals. Like, people spend a lot of money on that game. There's multiple clips of people just spending like tens of thousands of dollars just to fill their account, and it's just pure RNG. So what they get is trash. It's very, very bad. And so what happens when you go through this is that, well, it ends up being so awful because then the only way to really play the game is you have to have that top level of like units, right? But also it means that all the interesting stuff is locked behind that top level. Maybe I should buy something. I was thinking of like, maybe there's more secrets, but maybe I should just buy something. Take a look, thank you. Which is bad because it ends up being that you can't ever really be competitive to some degree without spending a shit ton of money in order to sort of get to that point. Not that you have to. I think there's sort of an element of skill that comes into it, but it's no mistake that at the top level, all the best units that you can use in the game are light or dark. It's because they single-handedly dwarf any other archetype of unit within the game, right? It's really bad. So imagine you know that this game has its hooks in me, and has its claws in my back, and I'm playing it all the time. It's the mobile game that I kept saying that I was playing during streams. It's the thing that I was really addicted to. When I watched this anime and when I was reading that thing, it made me realize, and I was thinking to myself, why? Why am I doing this thing that I don't enjoy? What is the purpose behind it? Right? It doesn't make any sense. Also, in 8 minutes, I have to BRB. I have to make a quick call in 8 minutes. And then I started thinking about this in relation to my other games, because a lot of games really boil down to dopamine. Like in this game, while this game's environment is cool, it's sort of annoying to have to go through, because the dopamine that you search for is that addictive kind where it's like, yes, I've overcome some challenge, right? But I think that this game is a better way of like giving you that dopamine, because it's forcing you to figure things out and solve the problem, and it's rewarding you for your efforts. And key to that matter, you have full control over how you play. It's all about how you choose to play and how you execute on that idea, as compared to how much money you spend or what your luck is. There's no luck elements in this game. It's why I actually think a game like this is a bit of a masterpiece. Even if it's a little clunky, I still think that this game is a masterpiece, because it has a really beautiful environment, has a lot of really cool ideas about it, and execution-wise, it is a skill-based game, even if it is a fairly shallow skill-based loop. It's a very shallow loop in the sense of, like, you know, it's similar to... it's similar in many ways to something like... why is this thing glowing? Exactly. Oh, that's a face. Oh my god, that's a person. I've just been slapping this person. How about this? Cancel time. Why are you glowing? What am I supposed to do with you? well, I guess you're dead now. So when I got onto that idea of like, why am I playing these games, I realized that I'm just playing these games to almost fill that void in my life of that dopamine. And then it was like the moment that I did, I just kind of switched off them. Obviously, this is not easy to do. Many people will probably stick to it because of that feeling, and it's the reason why addictions happen, right? We sort of chase these like feelings. But for me, it was very simple for me to just go, I don't want this anymore, because it's just kind of useless. Call upon Hachiman to snipe your foe with his great bow. What the hell does that mean? Pick up Spear Shaft. Sure, Spear Shaft. Wait, I can add the Can I combine this with the blade? And have the weight of blade. Spear Shaft. The blade of a large sword. I could make a complete weapon. Do I want to make a sword or a... Okay, so you can't make a Dao spear. It's a Dao sword. Taoism. Only Taoism. What? I'm not going down there. You're insane. You're crazy. What? Me down the hole? The only hole I want to go down is your mom. What? Really? The hole it comes from has nothing inside? This thing was living in like a bachelor condo, in like a bachelor unit, in like a single studio suite. There's no way. Basically, this whole talk is boiling down to I've basically cut out a lot of gaming time, because a lot of the games I was playing to fill my time, they're all just there to make me, I guess, numb. It's very weird how numb I felt. This isn't this is a sacrificial room. Read. There is some text scratched to the surface of this block. It says, when the 4 bells toll, the warden begins his act. One below where the rabble eats, one to the west where the women sleep, one to the east where the men are kept, and one up above where the actors wait. Where the 4 bells toll, the warden begins his act. So, in the room where people eat, this is the room where people sleep. In the east where men are kept is probably the prison, right? And then up above where the actors wait. Why are the men inside of the prison? I don't know, but that's the way it is. Book once used to transport corpses. Oh my god. were all murdered in their sleep, and they had like a giant mattress for but they have one giant mattress in the center. Well, I think a communal mattress is kind of a cool concept because it's like, oh, you just want to hang out and you want to play board games or something, and then once you lose and you're tired of the person, you go to your mattress, right? So it's like how do I say it without sounding creepy? I guess it's probably the problem. What do you mean you want a communal mattress? Hey, boss, how come the paper says that, how come the contract says that if I want to, work at this place, I have to get used to having communal bedtime with my fellow coworkers? It's like, oh yeah, don't worry about that. That's just an emergency clause. It's like, what? Wait, it's like that guy who was trying to get people to like come to the saunas with him naked. Like he was trying to hire only women to go to the sauna naked with him. And I was like, listen, like it's like it's free online, right? If you really needed it, it's free online. But like, it's not even like the idea of him being, down bad. I think that's the misconception. It was specifically about him having this question of humanity. It was him lacking this sense of humanity and him letting his perversions take over that made him even put something like that out there. Me grog. Me orc. It's an old scroll containing a description of one of the 8 great hells, Hell of Lamentation. Some of this hell find themselves afflicted with the 404 diseases. The 404 diseases. I look up back then. That's all we knew. But also, 404 diseases sounds like a joke. What does that even mean? 404 diseases, like the HTTP not found code? That doesn't seem real. But it is funny to think that like back then, the totality of knowledge was like 404 diseases, and you didn't have one of the 404, you would be executed because it's like, oh, you've been cursed by some covenous witch thing, and your life is over. We don't want you here, right? Whereas now it's like we know there's more than 404, and there's a possibility that there's more that we don't know. And are devoured by worms who burrow into them, eating their flesh, skin, and marrow. Others are forced to walk through fire 1,200 feet deep until they are consumed head to feet, and some are roasted in hot pans and beaten with hot iron rods before the wardens pry open their mouths with iron tongs to pour in molten copper and burn their insides. Jesus. Murderers, thieves, drunkards, adulterers, those who sold sake diluted with water. Okay, some of these are not the same. And those who are forced the woman to drink sake before violating them awaken her. Some of these are not the same, okay? It's like the murderers, the thieves, the drunkards. It's like, okay, drunk people are not necessarily bad. The adulterers, okay, sure, you can make an argument that it hurt someone, sure. And then those who forced themselves onto women, that's like really bad, right? The dude who waters down the sake is getting sent to the Hell of Lamentation alongside the murderers. Like, why is that considered the same level as murder? Like, you sold water? You left a little bit of water inside the cup after cleaning it because you didn't dry it fully, and then you served the sake in it? Sorry, buddy. You go with the murderers and the people who, violate people. That's insane. That's actual insanity. I wonder if that's a real concept. Give me a second. I have to make a quick call. I always forget to take off my heart rate on there. I was thinking about this more, and I actually think it's accurate. Because what is the key thing that binds them all together, except for maybe being drunk, but maybe being drunk in the sense of like a drunkard? So it's like, semantically, what is a drunkard? A drunkard is somebody who doesn't care about others, gets drunk, and gets rowdy, right? It's like they go to places, they get really crunk, and then they make a whole bunch of mess, and they don't respect people's, space and privacy and time, right? And so what then is the common thread that binds all of them if you consider the drunkard as well as the person who dilutes sake? Well, it's the lack of care for people's well-being. It's a lack of care for another person's time and efforts of like spending money to be there to buy your stuff, or just in general like a violation of the idea of being empathetic to another person. And so actually, hell is other people. I get the point of what they're going for. Hell is other people, which is a great webtoon on the webtoon application. You actually should check out the webtoon application. It's a great webtoon. I also love saying the webtoon application because it's sort of like, it just sounds like I'm like a very old boomer, but like I make apps. I work out. I'm assuming this is where the men are kept. Maybe, not really sure. This seems like a place. Maybe the men are kept on the mattresses there, and then the men are kept over here where they're in separate rooms because they're violent, right? I'm assuming that's sort of the idea back then. And then the women are kept in a communal space where they can all be kept together safe, but also controlled like cattle. This explains why the rooms are north, south, east, west, and why there's a basement. That explains a lot, actually. Yeah. That's why the note was mentioning east and west. It's in relation to this room specifically. That makes sense. What was it about? Oh yeah. So the games that, you know, the whole idea of these games I was playing, and the whole idea of these games that I was, you know, very addicted to, I sort of eventually realized I don't want to play these games anymore. So what I did was I stopped playing these games. I've actually like completely, basically stopped playing these types of games where, not this game in particular. This is the type of game that I want to play. Because it's telling a story, even if it's a little janky, it's telling a story that it wants you to hear. It wants to give you an experience. It wants you to think about the world that you're in. It wants to say something. And I think what it's saying is worth it. I've stopped playing games that don't have anything to say anymore. This is why Uma Musume is a really good gacha game, because of the gacha games out there, it's the only gacha game that I've seen that has something to say. Hell, even something like Girls Frontline, even something like Girls Frontline has very, very weak stuff to say about, you know, the state of the world and the idea of robots being turned into people to use for warfare, and the idea of like a new modern sort of like warrior society that envelops the world in a form of mercenaries, right? It's like, not to say that it's bad, but it's like, it felt very shallow compared to what I think something like MGS4 was trying to say. Or just MGS in general, where it's like this idea of, you know, like a world, I forget the actual term, but it was the idea of like a world for soldiers by soldiers, right? The idea of like soldiers will never be misused and abused again for the sake of someone's ambitions if we form our own collective. But then you realize that that's not how it works, and then you just end up being abusive to it, like to yourselves. Anyways, let's buy the gun. I was about to equip the gun, and then I realized I can't equip the gun. I was going to use it to shoot him and then steal his stuff, but I realized that's not possible. It's also why I enjoy playing games like this. It's sort of why my list of games that I dumped it within the channel was so large, is because I'm looking for an experience that is like this. Like, I'm looking for experiences like this that make me think about the world, that make me think about my place in the world, and make me think about these ideas that like crop up within them. Not to say that a shallow experience isn't necessarily fun. I think it can be something that is good for you to numb your mind to. Because sometimes you're on so much that you need a little bit of a numbing cream, right? If that makes sense. You need to be creamed a little to be able to survive this cruel world. Anyways, hit me up. I'm just kidding. You need to be creamed a little to survive in this world. Hey, how do you get creamed on a daily basis? Oh man, some of you don't even know what it feels like to be creamed, and I feel bad for you. Ah! I don't know why this guy scared me. Jesus Christ. Stop it. Sorry for my scream. It's like, you know what's funny? This happened within the office multiple times. Is I get scared very easily. I would turn the corner, I'd see someone appear, and I'd go, ah! Every single time. It was so funny. Whoa. Okay, I'm assuming he can't die, because he's still alive. And he's still causing me to suffer. Okay, that's an annoying monster. I see, that's my new version of like what the other monster was. The person who wanders the halls and forces me to have to like deal with him for a very long time. But yeah, like whenever I was in the office, people would turn the corner and then face me, and I'd be like, "Whoa, what the hell are you?" I'd freak out like crazy. Research volume Onryo. These vengeful spirits are unpleasant, but unexpected in a place with a history like this tower. One of the most dangerous types of ghosts, they are the souls of the dead wronged in life. They're capable of causing harm to the mortal world and even killing humans. One skilled in Onmyodo may be able to banish them with magic, but if that's not you, then it's best to just leave them alone. I do not have Onmyodo, but maybe I do have Banish Spirit. Aw, man, are you kidding me? What is this? Oh my god, it's like the 8 Circles of Hell deal. It's like hell rooms. And now he spawned, so he's gonna follow me. Oh god, this is awful. Good, kill each other. Yes, kill each other. Good, good, good.
Why did you cut me? I'll cut you down! You dare cut me? Your master? I'll cut you down where you stand.
It's been nice getting rid of all these other games that I just played because I was addicted to them. It's actually been very nice to just play games that I enjoy now. Which is a very sort of like, I guess like hot thing to say, haughty thing to say, but or just a very, I guess like egotistical thing to say, as if it's like, oh, like what I do is good, but what you do isn't good. But it is true. Like a lot of things I was sort of engaging with was just very mindless and was just there to fill my time. And in doing so, I found myself with a lot of time. It's why I moved furniture. So now you start to see the train of thought that led to me doing the furniture, and I'm slowly getting to the reason why I was late today. This whole gotcha. You thought this was a talk about anime? No, this whole talk was about why I'm late today. You like my storytelling? Huh? What's this? There's a Buddha statue? There's a talisman. Wait a minute. A lacquered sculpture of the seated Amita Buddha taken from a Butsudan. I need to go, and I need to go to the Butsudan. I need to go to the Butsudan in the first level to refill that Butsudan, because I hate being chased by this guy. It's not even fun to be chased by him. Like of the mistakes that I think this game has made, being chased by an unkillable enemy is not scary. It's just incredibly frustrating. I can see through that wall as if it's missing. As if it's like calling the wrong side or something. Like the wall should be flipped around, or it's just missing. Like there's bits and pieces of this game where I'm like, I can see why they're doing the NG Plus update, because I think in many ways the game just had missing pieces of like, you know, things were gone because it just wasn't fully fleshed out. Which, I mean, I get it. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. Well, it's a bad thing, but it's also like, it's just the way that the world works, that it costs money and time to make things, and you don't have an infinite amount of money and time to make things, right? So it's hard for you to be able to like make something and keep making something, and to be able to survive while you're doing all of that. It's like moving. So, you know, to me it makes sense. But just seeing the effect of it does suck, because it's like, oh, you know, the impact of whatever it is that you're doing just kind of falls up, just kind of falls apart, because there's like holes everywhere. There's like a hole here, there's a hole there. It doesn't really work. But I digress. It's still a great game. It's just these like minor holes that make me realize that I wonder if they had more time to work on it, and more time to like play test it, and more time to tweak the combat flow. I think they could have gotten somewhere very interesting, because you have a kick button which doesn't ever really come into play. Except for ground enemies, right? Like a lot of it is just like one enemy archetype designed around one mechanic. But these all feel like tutorial enemies, and the boss fights don't feel at all fleshed out. I bet you with enough time they could have made something amazing. But again, how often do you have that time while you're also making all of this? But I digress. So yeah, the reason why I'm late today is because in doing all of that, getting rid of all the games I didn't want to play anymore, I had a bunch of free time now. And I was like, you know what would be nice? My little wardrobe thing is falling apart, and there's a dresser that isn't being used upstairs within like a guest room thing. And I was like, I'll just bring it down, because it's not being used. There's no point keeping it there. And so I asked everyone, I was like, do you want this? Do you want this inside the house? And they were like, no. And I was like, all right, good. I'm bringing it down for me. So now it's in my office, and I got my whole dresser set up. I forgot how heavy this was. It's sort of like the way that time numbs all things. When we first moved, my brother was like he was very thankful that I was there to help him because he thought he had to do it by himself, and I was like I would have helped him regardless. But it was sort of funny to me because I was thinking like, okay, it can't be that bad, right? But when we started, I forgot. But when we started moving everything that first day, it was the worst experience I've ever had in my life. Like many times, I thought to myself, I'm gonna die. Like I just kept hearing voices in my head going, "You're gonna die! You're gonna drop dead from exhaustion! You're gonna die!" And it's all because we were just moving things constantly. We were just moving everything around, and I was like, "Oh God! Like I'm gonna die!" You know what I mean? This isn't good. I'm gonna die. And I was thinking to myself, like, "Oh shit, this is really bad. Maybe I can't do this anymore." But we made it through. But I forgot how heavy some of these things were. So this is one of the things that was heavy was this one dresser. And I was thinking to myself, if I remove the shelves, I can do it. And I set myself a goal of doing it before anyone gets home because you know, I just hate people talking to me. I just don't like people talking to me. I'm just not a talker. As I say as I talk to you, but you're not talking to me, which is sort of the main key. That's the reason why I don't do co-op stuff often. Is like I like to talk to myself, but not other people as much. Let's go get this thing fixed up, eh? This hello? Why are you here? Hey asshole, get over here. We're gonna go clear the Butsudan. We're gonna stop this ghost from following me, and we're gonna respect Buddha once again. Because I'm sick and tired of him following me. I'm sick and tired of him always chasing me around. I'm actually sick and tired of most of the combat encounters in this game. IMO, most of the combat encounters suck. But I think that's why. I think you're supposed to treat it kind of like Silent Hill, where you're supposed to run away from most things. At least for the moment, which is kind of weird. Achievement unlocked. Butsudan restored. But the thing is, when it works well and it flows, it feels really good. But you can tell, like, did you see the weapon that I was using? That's like the best weapon in the game, hands down. Because you just use that and everything works. What happens if I go back to the main courtyard? Does anything change, actually, if I go backwards? You know, I've never done that. We might as well do that now and see if anything happens. Especially the intro cave. I'm actually curious if the intro cave shows up again, as well as that side room where we found the rusty katana. Because that's a bit of a weird spot to find things in, yeah. And now that we have things that can break things, I wonder if it works for us to like break those boards. But yeah. So I had to move this dresser, and even taking out the drawers, it was still heavy as shit. So I was like, oh god, I need to devise a system quickly. And at first I was trying to move it, but then I noticed, like, this thing is, like, screws in the side of it. So I was like, okay, it's going to scratch the floors, and it still kind of indented the floors in certain places, but they can't see it. So I can fix it at a later date, and no one will blame me for it, which is good. And it's less questioning, because I hate talking to other people. But anyways. So I'm moving this thing around to try to figure out how to do it, and then I get it, and for some reason, this idea comes in my mind that, well, wait, how the movers do it, okay? Because movers, they surround the thing in foam, and then they put it inside a box, and then it moves. And I was thinking to myself, yeah, I got foam. I can do this. Worst fucking idea ever. There was foam everywhere. I used the foam from my Valve Index box, which is like a massive piece of foam. It's very nice. It stays stable. I used some like foam from like an old like thing. It's like the white foam, the styrofoam where it has like the shit falling out of it. Like, I hate the little small pieces. And I would just move this thing. And I was surrounding it in foam. And then when I got to the stairs, I was like, ah, fuck, it's on the wrong side. Because the side that I foamed up was the worst side to foam up. The side that I foamed up on the thing was the side that had the worst distribution of weight. So what happens is that if I even pushed it down the stairs a little bit, the whole thing would topple over, I'd fall down the stairs and break my neck. And in my head, I'm hearing these like voices going like, "You're gonna die, you're gonna die." So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not gonna do this because I'm gonna die. Okay, so I'm like, oh, all right, we need I need a better solution here before I die, because I keep hearing, "You're gonna die, you're not gonna make it, you're gonna die." And I'm like, all right, cool. Let me just focus on how to like do this properly. So I had to like flip it over, remove all the foam, and flipping this thing is heavy. This thing is at least, I don't know, like 100 something pounds, at least. So I'm like over there doing the equivalent of like a squat, a bench press, as well as a deadlift. Like in combination, I'm like doing the whole Olympic lift cycle just to move this thing, right? Just to be able to like prepare it for moving. This isn't even moving it yet. And then once it's done, I was like, okay, I had to bring this down the stairs. And then I looked at the stairs and I was like, oh fuck, that's a lot of stairs. I'm sorry, I got lost. And I was like, oh shit, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. This whole time, again, the voices in my head are going, you're gonna die, you're not gonna make it, you're gonna die. Where I'm like, well, you know what? I'm stubborn and it's too late. And I'm listening to the voices, but it's like, what can I do? And at this point, I'm exhausted. I'm like delirious. Like I can feel my eyes shutting because I'm so tired. Because the thing about me that I don't understand why is when I get tired, I get tired. Like everything starts to slow down. I can hear myself getting echoey. I start to like almost pass out, but not really pass out. I still get really tired. And that's bad. If you, I don't know about you, but if you pass out on a stair while you're holding something very heavy, you're gonna fall and break your neck. Like the voices are saying, you're gonna die, they're saying it to save you. But I was like, oh, I'll just do it anyways because I'm already here. So here I am. Now I'm doing the equivalent of like what's his name? What Mike Tyson used to do with his neck exercises. But with like a dresser primed against my neck. And it's only in hindsight that I realized like I could have seriously like paralyzed myself or something. Like I could have seriously injured myself or gotten to the point where I couldn't do anything. And I should have just used the blanket to pull it down, but I was very stubborn. So I would bring it down and then I was like holding it so that it doesn't bang on the stairs because I didn't want to break the stairs. Because mind you, this is just like stairs are scary to me because like stairs, there's different styles, right? You might have like a solid style. You might have a floating style. This was a floating style stair. So it's like, I don't know if like any of these steps can handle the weight of this. And I don't know what happens if it slams hard enough that that the force of the slam multiplies the weight and then the resulting force vector kills me. Because the resulting force vector causes the step to shear off. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I could be. And then on top of that, because it's floating, there's gaps. Like there's gaps on the back of each stair. So it's like, and my feet are getting sweaty, and I don't like to wear shoes inside the house because like that's messed up. I don't know why this was a thought in my head, but I was thinking to myself like, yeah, maybe I should wear shoes. No, it's disrespectful. I'm Asian, but also like I hate the fact that people wear their shoes inside, so I'm not gonna do it. And then so I was like meth, meth, and so I was like, okay, well I guess I won't wear the shoes even if it will save me from dying. And I'll just do this myself and I'll figure it out, right? Worst idea, because I made it even harder because my feet was like constantly slipping. And it was so sweaty and grimy and nasty and slimy, which is probably something that like Chad is into, but I digress. For me, it was awful. So this whole time, I'm struggling, okay? It's against my neck, trying not to die. I'm like craning my neck and like pushing this thing up, and I'm trying not to have it slip down and like snap everything, snap my legs. Thank God I have thunder thighs. Like, I have very good legs. Very, very nice legs. Like, if you saw my legs, you would go like, damn, this guy's got nice legs. Because I, specifically, used to train my legs for stability. I used to have really bad stability. And then I wanted to get into breakdancing. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm too weak. So I got into, like, weightlifting. And then I remember asking my and funny story about that. So I asked my brother when I was younger how to, like, exercise and if it's worth it to go to a gym. And he was like, why go to a gym? Just go to work. And I was like, I get it, but like, but like still, like I was like, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but like, I was like, it's not really what I need. But I was like, yeah, like it honestly, it's kind of a +2 thing because like if you want to go, okay, because I still think about it because like if you want to work out, why don't you just go work at the factory, right? But I was like, no, that's stupid. I don't want to go to work. I'll just stay at home. I just want to work out. In hindsight, it's probably would have been better. Though, I will say this. Because I didn't work, I learned programming. And is that such a bad thing? I think so. Anyways, so because I learned the curse of programming, and because that was such a bad thing, it was but anyway, so I have a very solid foundation where I'm not afraid of like falling and stuff, and I feel good about moving around, right? Like it's not bad for me to like, you know, I'm not gonna slip and slide and then die, right? I need to get up with someone who's boarded up the exit. Try to pry the boards. I have no strength. I can't even remove like a tennis ball. Something is moving upstairs. Need to be quiet. So hungry. What is moving upstairs? I wonder. I wonder if this is what New Game Plus addresses, or if I'm just not at the point in the game yet where this matters. Because you can't open the upstairs. I still don't know what that is. So yeah. So I'm moving this thing, and thank God I have a good foundation, because if I didn't have good foundation, thing would have snapped on me. And it was awful. I finally made it downstairs, and then there's a second flight of stairs. I won't get into why. Just, you know, it's a large family. It's a family of like, I think it's 8 people, and so it's like we need a lot of space for people. So even with 8 people, it actually feels crowded. It feels crowded. It's vertically but not horizontally. So anyways, I eventually move it downstairs, and then I'm like exhausted. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta like move it to the room. And then I was like, well, I'll just take a quick break, I'll just do something. And I downloaded Legends of Runeterra. So now you can see the full timeline of why I was talking about that game. Legends of Runeterra is a game that's, I think, best described as like Magic the Gathering crossed by Hearthstone. It's got a little bit of elements from both. And then the PvP is dead. I tried to queue for PvP. I got maybe like a handful of matches. And then that day I decided to do only the PvE mode. And the PvE mode is fundamentally flawed, because the PvE mode, the one fundamental flaw is that you have to choose a support deck. And I don't know why they do this. So basically, it's a card game, so you know how card games play. There's 2 things that you can do in the PvE mode. One, you start every PvE mode by choosing your main deck. This is a character that has a very cool effect on them that usually is interplayed with their deck, so it's like the deck serves to work around the character's main mechanic. And not every character that you can choose or that you will encounter is a main character that you can play as. But this main deck, notably, has like 15 cards at the start or something. It's like a very large deck that you play. It's a full experience. You then, immediately, after doing the first battle of the PvE run, which is a bit like Slay the Spire, so it has like at least 10 battles per run, plus some boss fights in between and some choices of like, do you go for extra perks or do you deal with this stuff and that stuff? You then have to go and choose a support deck. And I was like, okay, this is a weird choice, but I kind of get it. No, it's fucking awful. Because the support deck, if you roll the support deck by accident, as in like, you have no control over it, mind you, it's RNG whether or not you roll the support deck or your main character at the beginning of every single battle. And you only have 1 life for the most part. You rarely have extra lives. What ends up happening is that you just lose, because the support deck only comes with 4 cards. So I was like, well, this is dog shit, because, you know, the main mechanic of the game is you have to play to the character that you choose, and the character that you choose is not the same as the character that you're playing. Like, it's like the character that I chose is not the same as the support character. It's like 2 different people. So in doing that, I was like, well, wait a minute. Like, what do I do? Because now, like, you roll the support character, but only 4 of the cards in your total deck play with the support character, unless you got really lucky and got a support deck that synergizes with your main character. And I was like, this is awful. Because what are the odds that you synergize fully with your main character? Pretty low, because of the support decks. It feels like there's like 20 of them, and you only get 3 at a time. You have to re-roll to get more, and you only have 3 re-rolls. So, just from a pure fun perspective, okay, not even from like a challenge perspective, I get why they do it from a challenge perspective, but because it changes your main character, as in you choose your secondary character sometimes randomly, you A, lose the fun of staying with the character that you were playing, and B, it's not like the secondary character gets a full experience anyway, so what's the point? It's such a baffling decision for a game mode that otherwise didn't need it. Like, they could have just said, okay, take this extra forced set of decks and modifiers. Like, it's literally just a forced modifier on every run, but done with cards, right? And they wouldn't have minded that, but because it's such a different playstyle from the normal playstyle, it ends up being that you never really get to play the way that you want to play. It's actually like a 50-50 every time you play, whether or not you're playing the game that you wanted to, or the game that the game wants you to. It's such a stupid decision. Because ultimately, I don't want the support characters. Like, the reason why I choose the main character is because I'm choosing to play the main character. It's sort of a weird, baffling decision where it's like, they put a lot of effort into making these cool combinations with these decks, and I'm like there's really no point, because it's like, I don't give a shit about these support characters. I only care about who I decided to play as at the beginning of the game. Because that's the power fantasy that I'm buying into. Those are the gameplay mechanics that I want to play with. And I get the need to add variation, but it's not like the variation is particularly. Was the light off the whole time? It's not like the variation is particularly interesting because it just some characters just do things in a voice way, and I was like, what's the point of all this? Good evening, hello chat. So for me, anyways, I think Legends of Runeterra is a very bad take on the genre, which is unfortunate because I think the genre is actually really good, and what it's trying to do is really good. I just think the execution was just poor. Am I having fun? There's a hole. There's a door. The hole's dark and I can barely see it. I think I see something at the bottom, right? Something that could reach it. I am having fun, but it's also not like I'm having the most fun of my life. You know what I mean? Like I'm okay. I'm okay. I see what I need to do though. I need to get the meat hook and I need to attach it to a rope. I'm having an okay time with this game. It's mainly a backdrop for me to talk about because this game's fundamental flaw is that it's just too slow and too empty at times. Ah! Jesus Christ. Okay, well, however, it still gets me though. Well, how come sometimes he shows up, sometimes he like doesn't? Sometimes he scares me. Sometimes he like doesn't scare me. Sometimes he's serious, sometimes he doesn't care. Why? Oh, this is a one and done room. Oh. There's nothing left in the room. It's a one and done room. Okay, so this was a Buddha statue. You get it and you're done and then you just leave. There's a door over here that I couldn't open. That has a shrine with a sword that I do want because maybe that sword helps me kill demons. I'm not really sure, but it does look cool. We'll have to open it at some point. One of these things has something that we need. It's just too slow and empty. Instantly start screaming. Well, up until that point, it was. I didn't expect them to be there. And now the Onryo are chasing me. Ah, shit, ghosts. Ow. Fuck off. Oh. Anyways, yeah. Welcome. Today's a much slower horror day. I'm just mostly going over stories. Because I was gone for a while. So yeah, I'm playing this game called Legends of Runeterra. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay, this is a baffling decision to make you choose a character. And then it can RNG 50-50 whether or not you get to play as the character that you want to. But then it's also like, you don't get a guaranteed... So after many dozens of runs, I realized you don't get a guaranteed synergy with your main character from your secondary character. The secondary character is often not a fully fleshed out experience. Like very often, it's like a very basic experience and a basic set of concepts that you play with compared to the main character, which can be very complex. Like this time, it's Spirit Blossom Yasuo is my favorite one because it's a very fun playstyle because you get to the very Silent Hill. Because you get to like obliterate cards when you attack, once you upgrade him, and the obliteration is strong because it instantly kills like one or two of the strongest cards on the enemy player's hand. Okay, and cards are limited, so you can't keep resummoning things. It's very handy to be able to do something like that. This really is just a Silent Hill route, and so you know that's a fun mechanic. And then most of the runs though, I get a support that's like, oh, I'm inside the bushes. When you summon 5 monsters, I then activate. There's no crazy thought about how I play the game. It's actually sort of weird in that the way that I play the game immediately gets downgraded because I'm no longer thinking about how do I combine different elements. Like I'm not thinking about like, oh, how do I do things like I combine like different playstyles, because the main playstyle is you have to play cards in the correct order in order to maximize the value of your passive, which is certain cards get marked and charged up to lower their cost. But then other cards are just like, you just summon things, and it's like, it's really boring from a baseline perspective that the secondary characters are like that. There's only like a handful of secondary characters that are very interesting, where it's like, oh, you have to find like 6 chimes. But even that was so awful because it's like, it relies on the enemy drawing cards, which in an AI game is sort of like, it's once per turn. It's not like every enemy can draw multiple cards, so it's like, it's just a minimum 6 turn counter, if that makes sense. Spearhead, hang the men, they're dead. Do nothing. I don't think I need to move him, but let's see. I'm gonna combine this with this. Yari. A long spear, good for keeping enemies at a distance. Yeah. This is insane. Wow. The range on this thing. Holy shit, there's 3 Onryo. So many Onryo. Anyway, so when I realized that, I stopped playing the game immediately. I just stopped playing Legends of Runeterra because I was like, it sucks. You cut the body down and take the rope from its neck. Oh, that's why I took it down, to take the rope. Which is sad, because it's like, the game is actually a really cool card game. It's actually, in many ways, on a similar level of quality to Magic the Gathering, if that makes sense. It's a very high quality game. It's just they shot themselves in the foot for that game mode. So, and this is all within the 2 hours that I was like in a daze from moving the furniture. So I'm like, again, I'm like delirious, but it makes my thoughts even more clear. In that delirium and in that sort of, in that fugue state, I felt a clarity that I'd never felt before, because now I could see things for what they were and not what they want me to believe them to be. It's like that deep statement. I came up with that yesterday when I was playing that game and I was in my fugue state of probably like a lot of lost energy and almost dying from moving a single dresser. That was like 100 pounds. So anyway, so I moved the thing, and I've got it moving, and I'm doing all this stuff. And I write the review of the game on the Discord, and I tell you all not to play it because it's not that good. And it's baffling to me because that game, again, it's a PvP game first, but the PvP died. Like, no one plays it. And so what they did is apparently they're retooling the game to be primarily PvE. E. Why does it say E at the top? Tower Crushing Assembly Upper Cells. Wait, this place has no map at all. I realize I haven't really found a map anywhere yet. It's a bold choice. Ha 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 ha. So yeah, I stopped playing the game, and I realized 2 hours have passed. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta move the dresser. People start coming home, the room is a mess, and I'm like, leave it to me, I'll clean it up. I move all the drawers by myself. My brother's like, do you need help? And I'm like, no, I can do it, because I don't want to bother him. He's with his daughter, right? Just like let him spend the time. Right? I'm not going to take, someone's time away from the daughter, because it's like, you have precious limited time. All I do is, I do contracts, and then when my contract's done, I wait for the next contract, or I find a job. Like, I'm basically doing nothing, so just let me handle it, okay? So I'm doing that, and then I realized, like, oh god, like, I'm still dying in some way, but man, it took me so long to even move just the drawers, because when you're tired, everything gets even harder. And then another realization hit me. This was a funny realization. What I realized is that being tired is, in many ways, like a social construct. Because I was walking up and down the stairs, and I was like, oh god, there's so many stairs. I feel my legs giving out under me. I'm gonna pass out. But I was like, wait a minute. If that's true, then how am I still awake? How am I still breathing? How am I still able to move on? And how am I able... Sorry, give me a second. How am I able to even think about these things? How am I able to swing my arms still? Maybe not, but just without any effort. What I realized is that being tired is just a state of mind. And then all of a sudden, I don't know how this happened. Again, I'm in this fugue state where I'm like half asleep. I'm like, because when I get tired from doing physical activity, I tend to just fall asleep, and I don't know why. It's a thing that I've had my whole life. And I'm thinking to myself, why can't I enter this room? Sorry, that's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking to myself, if that's true, then how do I know when I'm truly tired? And I realized, wait, I'm only truly tired when I pass out. And I don't know how to tell you this, but I felt a wave of energy hit my body, and I was like, I am alive again. And I just started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I just started moving. And I felt the soreness and the aching from my body just disappear. And I was like, I feel alive again. I feel good. And I was able to do everything. I was able to bring things around. I need to go get the meat. Jesus Christ, sorry. That was a really weird slow scream. Sorry. I need to go. I should pull up the thing from the basement first before I go here, because these things scare me. Always check that corner, because they might scare me. And so yeah, then I got that burst of energy, and I was able to like do it again. And then what's funny is that when I said, okay, now I'm tired, like when I accepted that I was truly too tired, that's when I just like KO'd. There's a whole dark. There's no way I jump in there, but I have a rope. I misclicked. I pressed exit. Oops. Use. You lower the rope into the darkness and bring back a key. Interesting. The key carried by the prison warden smells like a corpse. I can get the sword. I can get the sword. Where was that room again? With the sword? It wasn't here, I don't think. It was here. One of these rooms. So yeah, but before I slept too, I was then again. Now I'm back inside the fugue state. Now I've got the whole thing set up. I was thinking to myself, yeah, I can get it set up inside the room. No problem. I can do it, right? No way. It was impossible. So I couldn't do it, and then I was like, okay, well, what am I gonna do? Well, I'm gonna look at things to play for stream and think about what I want to do. But then I got to thinking, and so. Ooh, ooh. And being tired is a social construct. Speaking like a true member of the capitalist class. That's true. Wait, that's true. Like POV, your boss, the skeleton runs in a funny way. I really like his. It seems like a meme the way that he runs and stops. Wait, what is he doing? It's because I think he's drawing a straight line to me, and he's like, okay, this is the most I can do. I'll stop here. But when I move, the animation, it's a full running animation, even if he moves like a single centimeter. I'm gonna get ya, human. I'll cut you down where you stand, human. Sorry, I Sliv! My body's fighting back against me for telling these stories. I need water. So yeah. So, having played Legends of Runeterra, I was thinking to myself, is there a PvE card game? And I was thinking, like, the only card game that oh god, I have hiccups. Chat, my hiccups last for like half an hour. Oh, fuck. No. My hiccups last for half an hour. Just give me a second. Well, my life's over for the next half an hour. Sorry about what you're about to hear. I realize the only card game that I've truly ever known about and played, or just known to play, has been Magic the Gathering. And I was thinking to myself, okay, well, why don't I look up PvE Magic the Gathering? Does Magic the Gathering have a PvE mode? Which is hard because it's a very complex game. That's how it led me to finding Chandalar. It's a very old version of Magic the Gathering, made by a studio called Microprose back in 1997. It was updated here and there, but for the most part it fell to the wayside because it's old. There's a bloodletter. Now I have a sick blade for my sick broken katana. While simple in design, this incredibly sharp katana is said to harbor a hunger for blood. I desire your blood. Let me cut you down where you stand. This isn't doing shit to your blood. You're actually not. You don't even care. Actually, you don't care. And that's how it led me to find that funny site. So again, to show you the site, it's actually one of the best websites I've ever seen in my life because the website harkens back to a day and an age of web design where I think to myself, like, this was when people didn't care, and even if they knew how to do it, they still wouldn't have cared, and this is what they wanted to do. So this is Chandalar. Or rather, this is a mod for Chandalar called Magic Chandalar 2003. So the campaign mode is the same idea. You choose a deck and you fight against somebody to get to the very end. This adds a bunch of different cards to it, but then it mentions something called Korath's Excellent Gem Cutters Guild mod, which is apparently a rebuild of the game, which is like basically in the same level of like a ROM hack, where you have to like decompile things and get all the functions within like a DLL and stuff to be able to like use it and stuff. It's very complicated, but. And it led me down this very deep rabbit hole where I realized what happened. Click here to go back to my page. Email, got a bug to report. Click here to go back to my page. This is the best website I've ever seen. Available now. I worked on this game. Please check it out. Colossal Kickoff. Out now on Steam. Wait, this game looks sick. It's a blood pumping, monster mashing 1 versus 3 soccer party game. Wait, that's sick. So you are the monster. Wait, okay, maybe I'll check it out. This is this is level 100 the guy. What is this? It's so retro. Dr. Chillbrain's the guy. What? This is Poke Farm Q. A collectible. What? Wait, okay, this is crazy. An official website. No, okay, well, this person's website, they put their face there with the thing. What is this? This is like truly retro. New State Route 52 section. State Route 50. What is this? This is sick. Okay, this is a cool. I didn't see the rest of their site, so this is all new to me, but. The guy. Okay, chat, we're going to try this out afterwards because that also does look cool, actually. Well, not today, because we're doing, maybe after Anthology of the Killer. But yeah, so I got down that rabbit hole to find whatever this game is. Whatever Shandlar was, okay? Korat's Gem Cutters Guild mod, again, is similar to other modding efforts where you have to, like, basically rebuild the game from scratch and, like, pull things out. And basically, you're basically just reverse engineering the game as best as you can. There's different tools for this. You can use Eda Pro, you can use Gidra, you can even do, like, hex editing if you're so inclined, but although that's a bit insane. It's, like, very, very obscure and also very difficult. You shouldn't do hex editing because I think you might go a little bit insane. I think it's better to just go straight for something like a decompiler and work backwards from, like, even just assembly would be a lot easier. But I digress. So anyways, so you're doing that, right? And then you're doing all of this. There's a long scroll containing a description of one of the 8 great hells. Right. The hell of great... Okay. The hell of great lamentation. The one where the murderers, the thieves, and the people who violate women are put on the same level as a person... is on the same level as somebody who dilutes their sake with water. Here we find murderers, thieves, adulterers, drunkards, and those who use evil language. Oh, sorry, so now it's those who swear. That's crazy. Sorry, what? Those who swear are on the same level as murderers, thieves, adulterers, drunkards. And from the other document, those who violate people, you know, which we know what all that means, but I can't say it because it's, you know, it's a banned word by the AI. And the people who dilute sake, those absolute sinners. We're all the same. If I swear or I have a little cup, or if I have a cup and there's a bit of water, sorry, we're going to the hell of great lamentation. This is mouths and tongues are nailed together with hot iron nails. Their eyes are pulled out and their bodies slashed with great knives. Knives so sharp they can cut iron and stone. Evil beasts such as wolves, lions, and rats. I like how wolves, lions, and rats are evil. Sake diffusers. Diffusers. That's a good one. Gnaw at their feet while crows and eagles pick at their eyes and tongues. Okay, so evil animals include wolves, lions, rats, crows, and eagles. This is an insane episode of the Magic School Bus. Imagine the Magic School Bus, but themed after this game. Holy shit! The Magic School Bus, but Dark Souls like. But gothic. But like a gothic, gritty, dark, you know, cruel. Is the word anachronistic? Is that the word? Anachronistic? Belonging to? Yeah. It's like very old-fashioned, right? But it's still like a bus for some reason. And it's just the kids going around and they explain the various animals not in the form of like, oh, this is a corvid or something. No, this is an evil beast and we must cut them down. And then the like kids are like, yay! Everything is fine that the bodies have been healed, only for the tortures to begin again. What was I saying? Chad, can you remind me what I was talking about? Sorry. Oh yeah, so this a mod. So this mod that's made, the Gem Cutters Guild mod was made by a single person. Obviously, it's sort of the meme of like things are made, and then it's like the XKCD meme of like all these different technologies are being held up by one person from Wisconsin who's working on this one obscure library since 1987. Same thing with this. The whole community basically rallied around this one mod, this build of the game, which allowed you to play the game. And then one day, this person got death threats, and also they got doxxed because they were being threatened by somebody in order to hand over something. And then they were like, "Okay, I'm done. Bye." Because this again, people have real lives, and this person is a real professional. Sorry. You unlock the chest. How do I unlock the chest? With what key?
There's a bell hammer. No shit. Is it a weapon? No shit. A special mallet designed for hitting a Bond show bell. It could also make for a nice weapon. No, it can't. It sucks. I'm sorry, it sucks. So this person is now gone. And they take down their mod, and now the whole community suffers because of one asshole. Obviously, it's, you know, a complicated matter because it's like, does one person truly have that much power? But I think so. And I think what's interesting is that you see this everywhere. And so now we get into the philosophical thing of like the streaming side of things. This is why I got into this bit too. Because earlier in the day, I had related this to the idea of like what streaming is. Because there's an article that came out recently of a streamer who was murdered by a fan who, well, it doesn't really matter what the argument was. Again, we have to emphasize here that it doesn't matter what the argument was. It matters that she was murdered. Sorry, let me do this. Basement, west, east, above. When she was murdered, it came out that this person had spent $70,000, but also that they didn't have the money to spend. They didn't have $70,000. Oh, it wants blood? Let me kill you. Oh, that's not how it works. Okay. Okay, well, I thought the sword needing blood meant like I should do this, but I don't really get why it has a face on it then if it can't do anything with it, but I digress. Anyways, down in the basement. Where was this bell again? I can't quite recall where this one bell was inside the basement, but I know it was down here. I think it was outside. And this is not an uncommon story. There's been other stories similar to this that have happened since time immemorial. It's actually been a constant problem. It's why I don't... How are you doing this? You dropped a Shiriko Bako? Wait, a Shiriko Dama? Wait, what is a Shiriko Bako? Why are you saying Shiriko Bako? I didn't know monsters could drop a Shiriko Dama. I'm gonna hunt the rats. Anyways, when I read the story, you know, it put this idea into my mind that I was very... Oh wait, it's right here. It's literally right here. Okay, that failed. Okay, let me do... west and east, was it? West where the women sleep, east where the men are kept. Okay. West where the women sleep. And that's why you have to go down the stairs to go up to the place where the men are kept, because it's up the stairs. So the women are kept in... Okay, so the women are kept in private rooms where they're safe. Right, okay, good. To some degree. Except for the demons and all the people in this hell. This is gonna take forever. I have the wrong weapon. And when I saw that this happened to the person who made the mod, it just made me lament the space even more, because it's sort of fascinating in that the space is strange. When you make things in life, it's sort of natural to want to share it because you know that people might enjoy it. And it's true, people do enjoy it, and it brings great satisfaction to share things. I've always lamented the fact that in creation there comes the cost of you having to effectively absolve yourself of all the kinds of respects and rights that most people would have. Like, it's strange to me that you aren't allowed to have privacy in your life anymore if you make something in public, because now, for some reason, in doing so, you've forsaken the ability for you to be private. It's sort of a weird statement to say, and it still doesn't make, like, the more that you say it, the more stupid it sounds, because it's like, wait, how come doing something like that basically stops you from having, like, a free private life of your own? When you say it like that, it really hits home how stupid the concept is, but for some reason, that's how the world has decided it should be. Even though I wish I could just, in many ways, be like Franz Kafka. Make the metamorphosis, die unknown, forgotten, right? Loved only by, well, he didn't have a wife or anything. I don't even think he had like a partner. And then, you know, just have somebody release it after my death, and I don't profit off of it, but at least it's shared out there. People can enjoy it. It's just like it's just a for fun thing, right? Anyways, I digress. It's fascinating because here we have a very real circumstance of it occurring, and it causes someone's life to go awry in multiple different industries now. And this is not the first time I've heard this within the game industry. It's not the first time. What the fuck is that? It's not the first time that I've heard this go down within games where, you know, that noise scares me. Sorry. Every time something growls, it freaks me out. Where, like, you know, the person making the game gets death threats and then they have to stop making the thing. It's actually more of a common story than you would ever imagine. And because of that, it's so sad, because it's like, well, why? Now everybody loses out from this, all because of one asshole's. This is not the person who pulled out, but the person who, like, did that to them. And now nobody gets to enjoy the fruits of their labor, which is not to say that we deserve to anyways, but that, you know, it's nice. What they've made is amazing, and it is enjoyable to have and to experience. And it's sad that we don't get to see that. And so it was sad to see that it happened even within an old niche community like that, because you usually hear it in, I think, larger places, very large places. I think the larger the fan base, the more it's likely to happen. Hell, I mean, the largest one is Undertale. Do you know how many death threats I've gotten for playing that one online game? None, actually. But I digress. It's going to happen. It hasn't happened, but I swear it's gonna happen, and therefore, it technically, prematurely, preordained. It's, if you enjoy Undertale, you're the problem. You're part of the problem. But yeah, it's fascinating how stuff like that can just happen, and we see it in the large communities, but also the small ones. And so it's like, yeah, people just, it just feels awful when it does happen, because then it's like everybody loses out on it. It's just sucks, man. Like, it actually sucks. So yeah, when I read that, I was like, damn, I guess no game industry, no part of the world is really immune to assholes. The thing I wish people would do more is to, like, let the snake bite and then rip off its head, if that makes sense. I don't know if the euphemism makes sense, but it's similar to a saying that I've been told before in my language that sort of kind of works, but not really. And it's also not really a generic saying. It's like a saying that I was told because of the people who told me it. It's the way that they told me it. But yeah, it's letting the snake bite, and when it bites you, you realize it's not, like, it hurts you a little bit because it bites into you, but it's not venomous, so you just rip the damn thing's head off. Realistically, the more we do this, I think the better it gets, because then people have less tendency to sort of act up and, I guess, abuse these systems to, like, get their way, which I think is good. Because otherwise it just keeps going on. But even then, it's sort of a risk, right? It's like, what am I asking somebody to do is I'm asking them to open themselves up to potential pain and suffering. Because on the off chance that somebody will commit to the idea and do that, what do you do then? Well, die. You die. They kill you, and you die. And there's nothing that you can really do. And one up above where the actors wait. When the 4 bells toll, the warden begins his act. Oh, I was wondering where the warden would go, but here, good. Oh, that's the guy that we saw, the warden. This is the warden. Now, I do have a flintlock rifle, so I am gonna shoot him. Oh, you, the way of the sword? I've got the way of the gun, but... Boom! Boom! Wow, even in the shoulder it does max damage. Okay, well the enemies just keep chasing me. Okay, he's actually gonna die in like one more hit. This is one of the more interesting bosses, and it's still basically shortcutted because the guns, like the ranged weapons, are just insanely strong. Ow. Did you make me waste my bullet? Fuck you. Fuck you and everything you stand for. I have a spear. I'll just use the spear because it's easier. Actually, the spear is kind of broken because it's like max range. It's a little busted. Yeah, in doing all of that, I sort of realized that, man, there really is no way to be free of this stupid need for us to be public with this stuff, because in the end, we're all gonna suffer from the fact that there's gonna be an asshole somewhere that takes advantage of you and then tries to like push their ideas on you, and who seems to think that being in a public space means that they can do anything to you. It's such a stupid way to live. Anyways, that's the third boss fight. That's why I chose this game and today and all, and why we went to a cold open. It's because, like, as much as I love this game, it does have a major problem in that it's not that hard to play. And if anything, it's even worse than mindless, because it's so mindless that you don't even need to think about anything. You don't even need to do anything. The lungs of one now gone. Take them, sure. Wooden coin green. Wooden coin green, wooden coin red, rusted wheel inner. Sack of salt, compass. Huh? Oh, it's one of the keys that I needed to... The person's still alive? It's like moving. It's like a gimp suit. It's like a dude in a gimp suit who's like, wait, okay, so you know how like sometimes there's like a combination of like gimp suits and also like when you get dropped and like stuff like that, or like when you're being carried and stuff, right? What happens if your dom drops you on the floor and you're like stuck inside of a bag or something? Do you wiggle around like this in the hopes that they stop? Oh, like, do you wiggle around like this in the hopes that somebody will free you from your latex prison? Or are you now just one with the latex? Like, what do you do? Has anyone here been inside of a latex prison? Anybody here been inside of latex hell? What's on the very top floor? Actually, I kind of forget what's on the very top floor. There's one more floor. But yeah, so that's how it led down this whole topic rabbit hole. That's why you saw me post these things yesterday on the Discord. That's why I was late today. It's because just slept through everything. Just kind of like, okay, well, just kind of tired. Did damn near everything. That's why I was late. Just did everything. And do you know why I do everything? Think about it. If I live better, in the end, you get a better stream. It's actually like a give and take, where it's like, if I live my life better, you get a better stream, because ultimately I end up being a better person. Like, fundamentally, I'm changed. I've leveled up. All I did was move a dresser. So yeah, this whole story was about why I was late, but also relating it to various topics that I was thinking about. And just, again, further the idea of what I want to do. Because now I'm also realizing, like... Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I have 3 coins, so I need more coins. It said they need 4, right? Pedestal, shed yourself from your burdens, and enlightenment shall follow. Does it matter what the order is? I'm assuming so. Shed yourself from your burdens. Enlighten. The wooden coin with a picture of a chrysanthemum. So the coins are used to enter this thing. It's not used for anything else. Do I need to... I could use the bloodletter katana and put it onto my main katana, but I don't know if that's really necessary. It's like you just use the bloodletter katana directly. And I don't know which katana is good. You heard that I talked about Gimp Gang. Thank you. So okay, so since you seem to have experience, when your dom like drops you by accident and you're inside the bag, and but then let's say they have to run for some reason, do you stay stuck inside the bag? Like, how do you explain it? What do you do? Do you wiggle inside of your latex prison, or do you try to break free of it? Mushroom bandage, lead package. I think I need more arrows. It costs 50 for 10 arrows? That's so cheap. What? Oh wait, no, it's each arrow costs that much. It's 75 for that many lead balls. Actually, the prison zone did have like a box of bullets. I should have just got that. Because I think you can kill every boss very simply by shooting them. in many ways, it sort of demonstrates. I think it's fascinating because it's like it demonstrates the death of the samurai. The death of the samurai was not just a systemic change within society. It was also the fact that technology-wise, swords became useless. Like the samurai became the gunslinger. And then at that point, like, what do you do? Like now you're just slinging guns. What do you do? Well, then now you just build like a 9-to-5 system, because it's all the same now. Because you're a cuck to the tool. You fool. Maybe you are the dom. There's no way. I'm like, anytime a chat member comes in and they go like, I'm the dom, I go, no you're not. Stop lying to yourself. It's like, I know. Like, I'm not saying that you can't be, chat, but I'm saying that I know you, that I know that you can't possibly be. Like, I'm just sorry. I just like, I'm sorry, but it's not gonna happen, chat. It's not gonna happen. Let me get the free bullets. It's on the floor somewhere in the middle. Long as I kill all these goddamn skeletons, I should be alright. That's a lot of fucking skeletons. Just stay in the latex prison. Latex prison is safe and cozy. True. Don't underestimate me. No. I'm not underestimating you. If anything, I have the most accurate reading of you compared to most other people. And this is true of all chatters. Like, every time a chatter comes in, it's like, listen, based on how you're here, there's no way. Where does this go? I've never actually been here. What is this? Who is that? Wait, no, I have been. This is where the monk was, right? This is where the monk's head was. The monk S. I think that's a skeleton fighting another skeleton somewhere. I'm gonna bloodletter you because you're actually kind of strong. Like, very strong. This guy's very, very strong. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Oh shit. Oh shit. Calm down. Yo. It's like a child with a knife. You think, okay. Many people would think that they can beat a child with a knife. And I tell you right now, you're wrong. That child with the knife is the strongest person that you've ever met. They literally have the advantage of surprise on you. You aren't gonna make it. Like, if more games had the enemy archetype of, like, child with weapon, I think we'd see the danger of having children. And then we might be able to finally stop the overpopulation problem. Like, people just kind of forget. People just feel like, oh yeah, like, my kid loves me. They would never do anything to me. Like, buddy, imagine your kid. Okay, imagine your kid and like what they do. Now imagine them and doing what they do, but with a knife. That's when your balls shrivel up and you go, honey, maybe you ever think about, like, adoption? Not to, like, have a kid, but, like, to put the kid there. It's like a holding pen. It's like a prison. I'm gonna get in trouble for that one. Hi, on CBC News. Today we talk about the streamer epidemic affecting our children today. Children all around the world watch streamers 24/7. They have them, on at night as a bedtime story. They have them during the day as like a thing to watch while they're playing and doing homework. But this one streamer has the most popular one. This is a fantasy world. Okay, fantasy world where I'm popular. My name is just one such person. But listen to the words that they say. Hey, honey, maybe we should put the kids up for adoption. Not because we want to adopt a kid, but because it's better to put them in their own prison. And yet we expect our children to listen to them and to have these people guide our kids. I say no. On CBC's Streamer Spotlight, we look at this growing concern, this growing problem in society involving these assholes online playing video games, taking donations from people, and doing jack shit with it. Child with a knife, another Undertale reference. Okay, I think I get why Undertale players give people death threats. Fact. What is the average age of most Undertale players? Probably like 12. Like, as much as I want to say it's like a more adult, mature game, which it kind of is, it is fundamentally a kid's game, just with a very sort of like edgy bend. Oh, oh, dude, you're a dirty, stinking asshole. And then, what does the game give you? The game gives you a knife. The game literally gives you you are a child with a knife. Okay? Then, with that knife, you commit all kinds of murder. Like, people just die. And then, what do? Well, now you have a bunch of children who like realize that, oh, maybe you can solve the world's problems by killing people. And then, what does that lead to? Tell me, what do you think that leads to? It leads to the epidemic. The current... Hi, this is CBC News, and we're here to talk about the Undertale death threat epidemic. Oh, you kids just giving death threats to people, always feeling like that they'll solve all your problems. Back in my day, we used to only give death threats to, like, really bad people. Nowadays, we just give them to everybody. Is that because everyone's bad? Maybe. You probably were like 12. It probably was 12 like 10 years ago. Don't know about now. I think it's like Pokemon. My theory is that it's a lot like Pokemon, where the audience simply ages up with the game. Which, again, isn't bad. But also, thank God I restored the Buddha statue, because now the stupid thing that was chasing me is gone now. I'm finally free. Hell of no interval. Okay, 4 cardinal sins. Receiving alms. I can't drain this. At least I don't know how to drain this. I'm missing something to drain things with. So yeah. Death threats is the white noise of the internet. Okay, well, I'll talk about the things that you can expect on the internet. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Why are you fighting it? Even he can't deal. Holy shit! Nice hit. My theory is that games like Undertale and the Pokemon are primarily populated by people who played it first. Like, I'm sure there's an audience of people who are getting into it now who are older or younger, but like that initial wave just ages up with the game, and it's like it's sort of past that popularity point. Not to say that it's not popular, but just to say that like everything fades away, right? It's just the reality of life that everything fades away. And if you don't believe that everything fades away, it means that you score highly. Hey, this chatter, the chatter. Go to the small intestine channel. Do the narcissist test. I want to see your score specifically. the thing about the whole like white noise thing of the internet being death threats is so true because like I've never not known somebody who hasn't given death threats. Like think about Linus, the guy who made Linux. Think about him, okay? What is he famous for in like a layman perspective? I'm talking about people who literally do not give a shit. Himari broke it while cleaning one of the green pools, which is annoying on its own, but it was a Naraka wheel. Who literally don't give a shit about things like computers, right? Guess what? He's most famous for when he flipped the bird to the Nvidia people or the Microsoft people, and when he gave death threats. He gave death threats to Nvidia and Microsoft. Like it's literally full circle. It's literally full circle. Death threats is the currency of the world. I argue that it's not just the internet, it's the world. Like death and like ways to, you know, bring death upon me, right? For like, you know, the like song, the classic song. It's a natural state of the world. Something bring death upon me. Something about the song and then your enemies and stuff. I don't know. It's like an old song. But you do have a god complex, so I know, but that's why. Like that's why I want to see it. There's a sword in there and a centipede. How do I get inside there? It's a bathtub. That's why I want to see it. Like when a chatter has like a very high opinion of themselves, I just want to see and experience what they do, and I want to see the impact of them taking this personality test and seeing what happens. Because I think it's funny to have like a real number to like give you based on like a very unscientific method. Because then I can judge you based on your number, based on against other chatters. I still don't get the bathhouse thing. Like I still don't get what I'm missing from the bathhouse. I have no clue. But at least the thing is gone. Hey, wishing death threats to a company is different. It's a legal death. True, that's true. Corporations aren't people, but they can still die in many ways, the same way that people do. And so it's fine to wish death to a corporation because a corporation will one day disappear. I used my jinxing tea. I didn't mean to. Fuck. Pray. But still, you know, it's funny to think about, but it's like, in a way, I mean, this is the hard part of open source. Okay, now we'll get into open source after, but like, first up, I think the real background noise of the internet is groomer. It's groomers. I actually think it's groomers. Like, ever since, like, kids have entered my life as, like, I've been an uncle and, like, I have to take care of these kids, right? I just sort of realized more and more, like, wow, there's a lot of predators out there. Like, I'm like, holy shit, that's like a surprising amount. It's like both overstated and understated how common of a problem it is. Like my brother was playing Roblox with his daughter yesterday, and you know my niece is young and like we're like close, and I was telling my like brother, hey, you should be careful to like put the controls, and then he's like, yep, I've seen the articles, and the articles are when it hits the mainstream. But I've known about this stuff ever since years ago, because it's like the YouTubers who've been doing like the whole catch a predator thing on Roblox have been doing it for years, where they've had people arrested for years. Tea house. Wait, I just realized, tea house. Ow, you fucker. I've definitely been here. Oh, this was to rescue that person. Oh, fuck. But yeah, it's sort of fascinating to see that now it's hit the mainstream that even my brother would know. But it's like, I've known about this stuff for a long time. Like, even my sister, she, like, her philosophy is like, the kids don't get access to a computer until they fully understand and have, like, lived a full life. As in, like, they get to use it, but under heavy supervision, because it's like, it's really bad. You really just don't want kids to, like, just hang out on the internet. I say this as somebody who is, like, grown up on the internet. You really don't want kids to do that. It's like, it's because we know that we sort of are so strict with our kids. But it's not like they have less of an experience. It's just strangers can't talk to them, and they get a tailored experience that is for kids. That is like age appropriate. That's actually good for them. That teaches them skills. But in general, it's just a solid, safe way for them to enjoy things. I've never been down there. Never been down there. Hey. Holy shit, that was perfect. Never been down that hall, actually. I think what happened is I got the thing to teleport, and I was like, oh, cool. I guess I got a recall, and I just never bothered. I never bothered to come back here. The other constant white noise on the internet is racism. It's actually kind of insane. It's like the only place in the world where you can be racist without consequences, because nobody can punch you, right? Like, no one's gonna take a twisted tea can and throw it in your face for saying the shit that you say, and so there's no risk for people to be racist on the internet. So it's like, again, the internet's claimed the fame. Oh my god, there's items here that I've never seen because I've never been here. This whole section, I've never been here. I'm a fool. I could have had amazing things this whole time had I just come here. When was it possible to do a kick into a charge? Like, can you kick and then charge? Let's see. Kick and charge. Kick and charge. No, kick and charge. It's actually terrible. I don't get the point of a kick except for certain enemy types. Like, it just doesn't work. What's this? Yeah, other than those two, there's also this... Oh, right, the package, the Tanto knife. No, I did get the Tanto knife. There is another thing that I think is also common on the internet. It's social. Like, whatever you feel, like, from a social context, it's surprising how social the internet is in spite of its flaws. Because, again, it's like the bad parts are very pronounced in that, like, they can overwhelm a space because it's like, you know, all the bad is seeking a place that doesn't moderate, and so that the bad can sort of stay in that place. But, like, if it's a good moderation cycle where things are actually being taken care of. I thought that was a new monster. I was like, wow, there's a wall monster. It's just him. Then what ends up happening is that, hey, it's actually a very interesting place to socialize with others. Because that's the one other constant, is that everybody's open to talking. It's the same way that, like, if you go around, and honestly, if you talk to strangers, it's actually kind of funny, because people will just talk to you. They'll say all kinds of things. Oh, if you go to, like, a nursing home, right? The amount of people that, like, admit to murders is surprisingly high, apparently. You just go around, you take care of them, and then they go, you know, I killed a man like you back in the war. It's like, well, what the fuck? I'm not kidding, by the way. Like, I've actually had someone say that to me, to me before. It was a guy from the Vietnam War, and I was like, gee, thanks, man. That's really interesting and all, but, like, I don't want to know that, man. That's scary. I don't want to know, like, who you're married. It's freaky. No, don't poop on me. Stop pooping on me. Stop it. Oh, hello, chat. Thank you. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I need to remember my policy is not to thank you, because, again, I don't want you to be parasocial. Oh yeah, that's the other topic that I want to talk about. Parasociality. Chat, thank you. Actually, okay, you actually helped me. So you live this time. You live for now. The topic that I want to talk about was parasociality, and also the idea of the subs. I'm changing my rules. I don't want you to sub, not because I don't think that you should, but unless it's like a Prime Gaming thing where it's free, and you get value from it in other ways. You should just be using Twitch Turbo in terms of value, but also, exactly, like, as long as it's like as long as it's money that you commandeer from somewhere else, I don't think it's bad. Because that's what Twitch Prime is like, you use Amazon Prime, and then you happen to get, like, a free sub from Amazon that they give you to use on their... By the way, can I say something? It's... Just think about how crazy it is that they make this system, because isn't it just double dipping from, like, a legal perspective? Like, isn't it... I don't know how to explain this, but, like, you give them money, they give you a form of currency that you can only use on their platform. You use this currency on their platform in this, like, weird broken way where you can use it to sub to people, but then they take 30% of those subs. So it's like, in essence, they spent 50 cents and they've given the streamer, like, extra money. Like, isn't that just a way of making money out of thin air? Or am I crazy and I don't understand economics? Because how else do you explain that a streamer gets the full amount, but they take 30% off of an amount that's also 30%? And so, anyways, I'm going to build my own bank system now. What are you doing? What's licking the floor? It's cleaning. Chat, it's cleaning. Look, it's so cute. Aw. POV, you're hitting it for the back. So why is it? It's like a nasty, dirty, disgusting asshole. It has a nasty, dirty, disgusting asshole. Like, this is what it's like when you hit it from the back. Is it twerking? No, no, no. You're like, this is sex. This is sex. I know my Twitch chatters have never had sex, but this is sex. You might not like it, but this is what peak sex looks like. This is what peak sex performance looks like. This is what peak. It's like that, like peak male performance meme, but like peak sex performance. Oh, it's so good, so good, so good. What am I missing? What am I missing? I don't get it. I don't understand what thing I'm missing. I have the inner wheel, but I can't do anything. It's in a green pool for me to pull it out. Buh. I think I messed up. Did I put it onto the wrong thing in the first place? Have I soft locked myself? Surely not. But yeah, so if it's from like an incentive that you're already paying for other reasons, or you already had it, it's fine. But the reason why is because that story, again, that story that I keep hearing about, this idea of these people who say that they have the money and fool themselves into believing so to donate, and effectively throw their life away just to donate to somebody. It feels immoral. And I know it's weird to say that because, like, I have no control over what somebody does, right? But if the impetus is there, and the idea behind subbing is that you need to do so in order to keep on doing the thing, and they get nothing for it, and they can just keep buying the thing, even at the detriment of their own life, I sort of think to myself, well, is there really no other way to do it? And if so, is me even providing the option to do so actually the right thing to do? Because then it's like, okay, well, it's sort of in the same way that if somebody's recovering from an addiction, right, you do have to take them away from it. Like, you do have to take that substance away from them. But then what are you addicted to? You only use Prime and ad blockers. Okay, it's just like that copy passer. There's like a copy passer. I go to live stream fails sometimes because it shows up on my main feed on the Reddit, even though I never log in and I never go there. So, but that's how I learned about the subreddit. But sometimes when I go there, there's this copy passer of like, never subbed, never watched, ad block on, other things, so on and so forth. And I find it funny because it's like, that's the way it should be. But yeah, like I think about that a lot because it's like, if you provide the option and somebody can't control themselves, then how do you ensure that they're not, you know, destroying themselves? Well, you can't, right? And what is the mechanism that forces them to destroy themselves? It's this. This is a scary thing, and this is the thing that sort of still makes me sort of iffy about streaming. It's sort of why when I started streaming, one of the goals I had in mind was to understand what parasociality is and how exactly it affects us, right? From a very personal experience. It's not your responsibility though. So I know it's not my responsibility, but like, again, it goes back to the argument of, even though it's not my responsibility, how then is it that I'm using it to like do it, right? Like it's like, if it's not my responsibility, why is it then that I can enable that type of behavior? And what is it that enables that behavior? Like, what am I doing that truly enables it? It's just the fact that we're parasocial creatures in the first place. Like, it's this idea of just conversating in general causes us to like do this to ourselves. I really don't know what the puzzle of the room is. Is that green? That's yellow. Can I take this off? The wheel won't budge. 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 What am I missing? From what am I missing? I have this. What am I supposed to combine with this? This is why I'm doing this game with everything else, because I don't know what to do in this game. I actually don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You just read the stream title. Yeah, you were 2 hours late. Don't worry, I was also 2 hours late. If anything, right? That's the thing, right? There's no pressure to be on time because if we're all late, then it's all the same. Last time when I came in, I did this, then that, and then I left. Yeah, so it should be this and then this. Let's bring it that side. Let's see what happens now if I do with that. I don't know if something will happen, but yeah, the thing that I'm trying to figure out and solve is like, let's say if I was a full-time streamer, so the water is back in. That's a new effect. Water's back in. What does that mean? You need better notifications. Okay, well, so now, what compels you to watch me? Actually, this is perfect. Because you're falling to the parasocial curse. You are currently falling to the parasocial curse. What compels you to watch someone like me? You are now the guinea pig. You have now spawned in as the guinea pig for the stream. Right? That parasocial curse is what causes people to go crazy with the idea of like spending all their money for the chance of being recognized. That's scary to me because it's like and this is the thing that I've been trying to figure out for a long time. If in doing this sort of thing, if you were to do this as a career and you needed to like have that in order to make money, right? Like if you needed to have that parasocial impetus in somebody in order to make money from the streaming biz, and you provide the means to do so, are you not a part of the problem, right? And it's weird, but it's sort of the same reason why it's like we deal with drug dealers and we deal with drug producers. Because sure, it's not your responsibility, but then isn't it the same for like the drugs as well? Isn't it the same for like people who like make let's say like guns and stuff like that? Like how far, where does responsibility end? Is it really true that we live as individuals and not as a social collective? Run the test. Got any more of those streams? Yeah, exactly. It's like the Dave Chappelle bit, and he's like scratching his like arm. Got any more of those streams? That's the thing, right? It's like I struggle with that question a lot because I would argue that I want to live in a world that has some semblance of like a social collective responsibility. That, oh my god, that's what I had to do, was suck the water into there to do this. I get it now. I get it. When you suck water into those pools, you suck it out from different rooms. Well, except I don't really get it either because it's like the yellow pool fills in the green, sucks out the green pool. Why? It's because they're two sides of the same coin. That's how you know whether or not you're doing it right. Oh, I got the thing. Well, why do you stream? That's a very good question too, and it's a question that I've been asking myself that because remember how I sort of I alluded to the idea, but parasociality affects the streamer too. I've actually found myself enjoying the parasociality of this a little bit too much. The first sign of problems actually that I recognized was like when Tears of the Kingdom came out. My wife was like, "Can we play together?" Because we played Breath of the Wild, and I was like, "Yeah, but I kind of want to do it for stream." And I caught myself saying that, and we even did it anyways because my wife came over to see it, to like play anyways, and she actually really enjoys me streaming. But like, I sort of thought to myself, why did I say that? And that was like maybe 3 years ago now. So I even felt it back then. What a degen! Like how I don't know why I said that back then. Yeah, because I was just a degen. I was like, why did I even bother saying that? Because it's like, what? I don't want to like play Tears of the Kingdom with my wife and then have sex later. Like that's fucking awesome, man. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather do that than hang out with like fucking strangers. You tried it, and then got too stressed with it. Okay, granted, there's a lot of things to do. Yeah, I didn't do any of the post-game stuff, or I didn't do any of like the side quest stuff because I was like way too tired of it. Because it was like there's a lot to do in a game. I mean, meaning to go back to it actually to like give it like a full honest go, but I've just been sort of hesitant because of how laborious the game is. But yeah, but when I realized that, I was sort of like, wow, parasociality affects me too. Because even these conversations that we have, right? I do derive some level of joy from these conversations. It is actually fun. Oh, you meant streaming TOTK because you got most of everything. I didn't know that you stream. Hey. Well, I'm glad to know that you stream, and now I know, and I could pull people your way too. Hey everyone, go follow their channel because they stream too. But yeah, what's actually so okay? That's another topic that I want to get into is like why some games feel better to stream than like not. Haha, he's just like us. The finger pointing emoji, the laughing eye cry emoji. He's just like us. He likes us. He likes us. He likes us so much. He's just like us. He's very social. He actually likes us. Haha. No, but that's the thing, right? It's like there's a unique level of conversation that I can have here that you wouldn't really get elsewhere. It's sort of the same reason why when you play CS, Counter-Strike, you go into like a community server, it's kind of fun to shoot the shit with random strangers. Because they live such different lives. It's kind of fun to join like a random server and talk to random people. I'm actually very guilty of this. My friends hate it when I do this, but I often will just pull people in and it's like, oh, now we're talking to random strangers? Alright, thanks man. Now it's getting fucking weird, you know what I mean? Oh, Black Gem Wheel. Okay, with the character for Naraka. So this is where it goes. Okay, where's the Naraka wheel? I think it's that one actually. It might be this one. This is the room. Okay, so this is the room with the private pool that's all the way over on that side that I can now go to. Okay. You know, right? League is so dead to me simply because there's no voice chat with strangers. Well, no, but League players are like, specifically League players and Dota 2 players, I don't talk with them. There's no conversation. It's just people yelling at each other and then like screaming in your ears saying, "You're the problem, you're the problem, you're the problem, fuck your mom, hope your family dies." You know what I mean? Like it's not even close, it's not even remotely close to the same thing. I'd argue it's better that they're all kept in their own little like cage away from the rest of society. Because I don't know if we should be in the same place as them. A lot of your mom and dick jokes. There's a lot of there's so many of them. And like there's no real conversation. Which granted, I think it's just a different context. When you play a game, like a video game of that scale and of that intensity, it's hard to have a conversation. Like and I realized this early on when my friend, he was like, it's actually the mod's boyfriend. He was like, how do you talk and play League of Legends at the same time? Because I'm playing Yasuo, because I like Yasuo's playstyle. He's like a very fun character, okay? And I'm playing him top lane. So it's like a 1v1 where everything that you do matters. And then I'm doing all these crazy combos where you do like the air blade, EQ flash, and this stuff, right? And he's like, how do you do that? I'm like, do what? And he's like, how are you playing the game while talking and having a conversation with us? And I'm like, I don't know, because I'm just having fun with it. Like, it's just like a thing that I do, right? But I realized that not everyone can do that. He takes it so seriously. What was funny is that one day, actually, you were there when you heard that, so I could talk about this. But it was funny when he was like, you know, so-and-so, the mod's name, she hates it when I play League because I get toxic after. And I was like, yeah, you're pretty toxic, man. I was actually watching him play Marvel Rivals last night, and like I was definite and I was muted because I was also watching like a different video on the TV. But I just wanted to see the like gameplay of it to see how it was going for them, right? Because I was still doing the finisher stuff. And the funniest thing happened was that I saw him go into a menu, go to the history of his games, and then he did a VOD review where I don't know why we call it a VOD review in my friend group, but we called it a VOD review. And he was looking at the VOD, and I didn't need to hear a single word for me to know that he was like shit talking this person who was playing the game. Because it was like, again, fully muted on my side. I can't hear anything. But I just know the way that he clicked through, okay? Because what he did was he clicked through, went to his recently played game, went into directly the profile of the person who played this game, went into their previous matches, went into their friends' accounts' previous matches, went into and just kept going down this rabbit hole of like looking at what they did, and he looked at every single stat line of theirs, and I could only imagine the words, the game words that were coming out of his mouth at that moment. It was a very sort of like funny thing because it's like you see you see the downfall of a person as they're doing this. Did I see Gaben's latest welcome to the international speech? Yes, the one where he was like, you know, even if all of you say that, you know, like I suck, and my mom should have like and my mom should have swallowed or something, then you know, but that's Dota, baby. Like I was like, that's a bold speech to have. It's like, yeah, even though all these random gamers telling me Gaben, the guy who's like providing them this service, that I suck at the game and that my mom should have swallowed. That's what I come here for every day is to play Dota 2. It's because you're passionate about the game. I think I think you can be passionate with it while still being respectful. I don't think it's just passion. I think it's passion. I think it's unbridled passion with like your natural character flaws that comes out. Because like I'm gonna be real with you, most people do not have good control of themselves when they're angry. You. But that is not to say that it is not passion, right? It is definitely passion. Yeah, it's very toxic passion. Yeah, it's a passion from people who have never really had the tools to like express themselves in a more productive and sort of respectful way. It's actually a major problem with the game IMO. That's why, like, all things aside with the speech, I know he was like poking fun at the idea of it. Let me close this poll as well. Like, I get why he did that, but I still think it was probably better for him not to do it specifically to like point out the toxicity of it, because I don't think it's necessarily the best thing ever. However, at the same time, it's like not the worst thing ever, because it's like, you know, it is the reality of it. But I wish he could have maybe talked just about the passions without talking about the flaws. But he was, again, it was primarily a joke speech. It wasn't like a serious speech, like to Congress or something about like why should we not ban Dota 2 for corrupting the youth? Like it's not that level of speech. It's just he's just telling Dota gamers and relating to us because he's too rich to be a normal person now. He's trying to relate to the common person that like, hey, I'm just like you. I too get shit talked inside of a game. Anyways, I cry on my like $3 billion yacht. Oh man, my day gets so bad that I have to get 2 picanha steaks instead of just 1 that day. Oh, the nerve. Cooked by a 3 Michelin star chef who I kidnapped. Just like that one movie, The Menu or something. But yeah. But I saw that speech and I was thinking to myself, like, yeah, like that's all cool and all, but I kind of wish it was like, I don't know, because it's like, I do wish it's like people were like passionate but also respectful in a way that like wasn't so good. Some of you have had a lot of people being toxic to you in Dota, and you suck major. Again, maybe you're just weird, or maybe you're just a cutie pie and you can't be angry at you. Yeah. So what I've noticed is that when you actually put a face to the other person's game, people tend to be less toxic. It's the one thing that's interesting about psychology is that like when you know that somebody's behind the screen, people sort of stop being toxic. Can't be angry at cute butter. They're known. Okay, I like how this one chatter is now known as the butter chatter because that one VR chat stream. Yeah, but it's true though. It's like when you talk on voice and you become a real person in the eyes of the people that you're playing with, then all of a sudden it's like, well, they can't be toxic to you because like they know that you're a real person now. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. You're sorry, I'm just butter. No, it's a funny thing. I think it's funny that they're known as just butter now. Let me save before I do this, because I feel like there's something weird here. But that's why, like, because I don't talk in voice chat, and I don't type, I'm like completely silent. People will go off on you if you're completely silent. I've actually, League of Legends, it's like that thing, but 100 because it's like you can only be silent. Like people go off on you constantly, and they're like, "Hey, wait, that tunnel actually goes all the way. That's weird." That's actually a cool detail that tunnel goes all the way. Okay, hello everyone to Boundary Break. We're now out of bounds of the game. What? What are the shopping carts? Secret? I think so. What? Not really. Well, I don't know. Maybe secret, because there were shopping carts. So maybe secret. Not really sure. How to play? Woo. How to play. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, that's what that status effect is. It's rot. Will kill instantly. Okay, that's an instant death. That's cool. What are the cool things on the menu while we're falling? Complete the tutorial. A motherly love. Free the smith. Make some tea. Well. Save and quit. Well, I saved beforehand. It closes the game. Okay, there's shopping carts, so I'm gonna continue to explore that little area because there's shopping carts. But also, there's like a separate section that has like a walkway that I want to go to. Since we now know how to break out of bounds, I'm curious what actually changes there. Not that things will change, but I'm curious if it's like a real secret or not. If I reload this, where am I? This autosave where I saved and then quit. Oh shit. But yeah, it's whenever I play online games, it's just that level of toxicity. Like, some systems I think are better at mitigating it, but there's no better system to... I mean, it's true of anything in real life, right? There's no better system to that type of prejudice and misunderstanding of a person and that mischaracterization of a person than just knowing them. I think once you know a person, it's hard to sort of view them as anything but a normal person. Why are these shopping carts here? There's 2 shopping carts. It's very Silent Hill-esque. I wonder if they knew about the out of bounds thing. Maybe they knew. Because why else would there be a shopping cart? It's like, it's too obvious not to be a secret. You know what I mean? But then, why does the world just sort of disappear into nothingness when you get to the edge? It's almost like, I wonder if they'll expand on it. On the new Game Plus update. Maybe there's like a cool thing that we'll find eventually. But on the internet, no one knows I'm a dog. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, it's hard to get people to know you. But still, I think that's sort of the interesting part is that the moment that they hear your voice, I think the imagination of who you are fills in enough the gaps that, like, you get the benefit of the doubt, basically, from people. Wait a minute. If I can go out of bounds and inbounds, maybe I can go inside that room. Because that room has a little lever that you can presumably pull. I'm sorry, what happened? Where was this option last time? What? How come my menu changed? What? Unless I just didn't see the option, but surely I can't be wrong. Surely the game is wrong. Okay, so if I'm correct, I can probably make the jump by going on top of the fence over here. What if chat is not as cool as we think that we are? As I think that you are. Well, I know that you're not as cool. that much is certain. It's like, you don't even have to tell me. Like, I know that you're not as cool. But it's not about being cool, right? It's specifically about the fact that, like, we all just have the ability to be empathetic and, like, nice to each other. And it's possible for people to, like, instantly get that. And then, oh, maybe I think I know what you meant, as in, like, what if you're the toxic person? I believe it. Ouch. No, I'm just kidding, chat. Like, everyone's... I said this before, and the mod accused me of, like, being weird, but I was like, no, I'm not calling you, like, good-looking. I'm just saying that, like, it's the same thing of, like, people overestimate how ugly they truly are. Like, you're not that ugly. You know? Like, it's actually offensive to say it to an ugly person that you're ugly. Because the ugly person is like, well, what the fuck, man? Like, I'm ugly. And they're going like, well, like, why do you think that you're ugly? Because, like, I wish I had what you had. You know what I mean? Like, it's like... I feel like I can do it from that tree. If I get on that tree, I can probably go somewhere. I just want to get inside and pull that lever. It's like... The lever is taunting me. Chat is cool, cat. But yeah, it's just the same way of, like... The truth is, like, everybody's cool in their own way. And people are just... It's just, you know, people just gotta believe in themselves more. Like, it's just... You just don't really, you know, like people just don't really feel like they are, but they are. Oh, dog is your emote. We know. Okay, well, now you've been assigned an emote. Thank you for being, like, the only person who's ever assigned another person an emote. Oh, wait, no, that is your literal emote. Right, I forgot about that, too, yeah. Oh, it's been so long since we set it up, actually. See, that's been a good system, right, chat? That's been an amazing system that we don't even remember. We just gotta do it, and we're just like, oh yeah, we like did that, right? Still boarded up. Oh, I remember what the lever was for. It was to do that whole thing where it's like you pull the lever, the guy respawns, and you kill him again. So what's the shopping carts? Wait, how would you see the shopping carts normally? I don't think you can you? What's your emote? I don't know. Wait, you don't have one. Okay, Mod, choose one. Choose an emote for your name. You have the choice. Oh, you can see the shopping carts from here. Oh, you could climb the rock and see the shopping carts. It's not a secret so much as it's like a weird detail. It's almost like a funny little, like, I guess like a reference to, it's like something. Yeah, that's their emote. By the way, that comes from an entirely different streamer. And that streamer is way more famous than me. I actually watch her some of the times. I don't know if she appreciates me hijacking her emote. Did I make tea yet? Do I have matcha? Not that I think people care, because it's on a... But it's sort of like, even if it's in like a public space, you still don't want to bother people, right? Matcha. I do have matcha tea. I have 3. Okay, good. Too many. Can't choose. Okay, well, just... I don't know. Figure it out. Wait, do you even have 7TV mod? Do you have 7TV? If you don't, download it. But if you do, honestly, go to 7TV and just pick up, like, think of any search term that you want. Think of like, ooh. Do the thing that you called your boyfriend. Was it Mongolian? She had a really funny joke with him. It was really, really funny. It wasn't even meant to be like a racist thing. It was just like me saying it makes it sound racist. Actually, she is racist, but like, you know what I mean? It's a whole different context of why she said it. She wasn't trying to be racist. It was just a very long-winded way to like poke fun of him. What the? I just love gaslighting her. She's it's so easy to gaslight the mod. What? I'm not gonna explain it. It's just a very funny joke. It's an inside joke mostly of like between my friends. This is mod abuse. Yeah, but she like signed up for it. Oh my god. Oh, they're getting rocked. I'll help you kill it. I'll help you kill it. Okay, now you have to help me kill you. Boom! Boom! Oh! Boom! Boom! Why is it thick? You know what I said, right? Everyone thinks that they're ugly, but they're not as ugly as they think they are, right? It's the same deal. You think that you're ugly, but you've never seen your ass the way that other people have. There's a muddy naginata. A muddy naginata. A heavy naginata caked in decades of mud. If I can find someone to clean it, it could become a formidable weapon. But I can only clean one weapon, so I can't clean everything. I don't think I'm going to clean that. I'm going to clean another weapon. There must be a different weapon that's even stronger. Mod likes competitive car driving. Yes. What is that emote? What's that second? O-tag, transforming into a car. Oh yeah, because the chatter did that. Our resident... What's funny is that they're not even like our emote artist, right? Like, I'll just say the name Mint. You know, they have an impressive portfolio where they're actually like a real artist for real people. Not to say that they weren't a real artist before, not to say that I didn't believe them. But they've been commissioned to do emotes for very large streamers. I don't know why they come here to be abused. I don't know why they choose to come here like almost every day to be abused whenever I'm streaming. It's actually kind of funny to think that they come here to be like put down like an animal, even though they like deserve a modicum of respect for their work. But I think that's why in many ways all of you come here. It's because I don't respect any of you. Which is like, you've never been disrespected in your life because people are afraid of you, right? But I disrespect you because I don't care about you. That's why this system works. Why clean weapon when it will get dirty again? Thank you. That's why I never clean my washroom. Thank you. Yes, we're all masochists here. Please abuse me more. I mean, what? Please abuse me more. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense to me now. Red pool on this side. So I did drain the red pool here. The systems are working now. There's a muddy axe. Okay, that's interesting. So now there's a muddy axe. So I guess that's why you can only choose one. I'm gonna do a sword though, because again, I can take the blade of another katana to build my katana. While you were studying the way of Lysol, I studied the way of the blade. While you studied the way of Mr. Clean, I studied the way of Mr. Miyagi. Sorry. Oh, you studied the way of Mr. Clean, I studied the way of Mr. Miyagi. That's stupid. Sorry, that's so dumb. Oh, that's so stupid. I'm sorry for saying that. Okay, POV, you have like the Karate Kid TV show, right? And then there's like a scene where they're talking about that. Wax on, wax off. And then it's like the Karate Kid is saying that stuff, right? But then because the Karate Kid is saying it, I swear I can open this somehow. It's from there to here. If I can somehow get inside there, I can open that. I actually don't know what to do because I need to open that red room, and that's actually one of the last rooms I need to go into. But I do believe I don't have another red key. Although I did drain green pools, and there's a green pool over here and there. This one's locked off, but there's one down there that I could open. But yeah, that's a Karate Kid TV show spinoff, right? And then they have a scene of like the kids like having to clean up the like school or something, and then it's like, oh, and then one kid makes a joke of like, well, you studied the way of Mr. Clean, I studied the way of Mr. Miyagi, as like a callback to the move. No, what? You're firing me? Can I take my stuff? No. I have to leave the building now. Oh, okay. It's like, get out of here! Our ratings have fallen. While you studied the way of Mr. Clean, I studied the way of Mr. Miyagi. While you studied the way of like, who else has like a well-known name of Mr. Roboto? POV, you have a breakdancer versus a person who specializes in doing the robot. And then the breakdancer goes, while you were studying the way of Mr. Roboto, I studied the way of Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Bean! Holy shit, that's good. Mr. Bean. POV, but POV what though? POV what? Mr. Bean, POV what? Mr. Bean, POV what? It's like, how do you relate Mr. Bean to karate? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you... there's something there though. While you were studying the way of Mr. Bean, like, POV, you're at stand-up. I don't know. POV, you're at your Taekwondo class, you're trying to tell a joke or something. I don't know. Like I'm trying to... POV, you're at Taekwondo class, you're trying to tell a joke to your master, and you go, and then your master goes, while you were studying the way of Mr. Bean, I was studying the way of Mr. Miyagi. I don't know. The joke is falling apart, Chad. The joke is falling apart. It just doesn't, like, it's not a universal joke. It is not a universal joke. It only really works in like certain contexts. But it is pretty good. Oh, Vancouver, right? Who goes to like get a donut from Lee's Donuts? Who like goes, oh, while you studied under the way of Mr. Lee, I studied I studied the way of Mr. Miyagi. I need a preference here. Before people call me racist, I'm Asian. No, but like I actually am Asian though. But I just, you know, it's like a funny joke. It's like a play on the idea of like, oh, they're like you won't get it. Oh man. Anyways, this is why I'm not allowed in public spaces anymore. That's be like a true universal. I'm gonna say that to my boss one day. Earlier coworker, while you were studying, students who were learning from the teacher, students in PE class, while you were learning from like Mr. Insert your PE class teacher's name. I studied the way of Mr. Miyagi. And then you punch them in the face? You punch them in the face! The sidestep requirements for dodging kicks are very low. Surprisingly low. Don't you dare spit. Don't. Did you really have to spit? Fine, forget the way of the blade. I'm going the way of the Tanto. I mean not the Yari. The Jite. The Huate? You have to do the crane stance and kick them in the face. Exactly. You get the joke. You see what I'm hooking up. I actually had this thought. I had this thought once, and I still think it's a great idea. Private school, but instead of a normal PE class, it's martial arts. So everybody's kicking ass. Like everybody's kicking someone's ass. Like somebody's ass is getting kicked on a daily basis, but it's sanctioned by the school. Then, okay, and I don't know if this is a common thing. Is this a common thing actually? So my school had gang wars with other schools. I don't know how to explain this. But it was a very common thing for like my school. Granted, I only learned later that my school was incredibly scary. Like when I told my friends that I went to the school, they were like, "What the fuck? You went to that school?" When I told my wife that I went to this school, she's like, my best friend who pimps people out went to that school." And I was like, "Oh shit." Anyways, so like or like who used to pimp people out. Like this was the older life of like theirs, and they don't do it anymore, but either way, the people that used to go to the school were fucking nuts. Okay, and then I met another person who went to that school who's a mutual friend who I didn't really talk to, but we've recently had to talk because, well, I say had to talk. It's not like we recently had to talk because like her and her husband always shows up at the functions where it's like, because it's like, the weddings and like stuff. Anyways, in doing that, I realized that holy shit, like it's like there's a lot about the idea of like this school that I went to being very abnormal. Because again, when I tell people that this school had like sort of like gang wars, I really do mean in the form of like a gang war where like people would just show up and duel other people. Like literally, lunchtime, you'd have hordes of kids leaving the school premises to go and like commit like literal gang warfare where people would just beat each other up in like a giant fight of like 20 versus 20 kids. And apparently this is not normal, but I want to hear it from the mouth of everyone. Is it really not normal? Like, did your school not get into other gang fights with other schools? Anyway, so you have that, right? So take my suggestion from the perspective of somebody who's like seen this happen, right? POV, you run a school and it's just gang warfare where people are just punching each other and going to other schools to beat people. It's basically that movie. Was it The Riders? It's like the movie where they have like they like swing up the knife and then they like do like a cool dance. You know what I mean? The Midnight Riders or something? Or the Fighters or something? But yeah. That movie is based in my reality. It's actually based somehow in my reality. It's actually kind of absurd, but I still think about that a lot. This is for yellow. I think that's for yellow. I never churned that. Okay, so maybe that's why. Pump this out. Or maybe pump it away, I think it was. The red's already out. I don't have another wheel. Where do I get a secondary wheel? Where is my last wheel? I still have a prison key, which doesn't go anywhere either. This door doesn't open. Anyway, so yeah, my idea is you would have a PE class that's just martial arts. I think PE in general is kind of like a boring class. Because a lot of things that you do are very, like, normal. Not to say that's, like, a bad thing to be normal, but I was very surprised at, like, the lack of variety. Like, you're telling me we can't get into fist fights with people? Like, that's not allowed? Like, what's the point? Or, like, why can't we have, like, a boxing? Like, some schools have wrestling classes. why can't we have like full on, you know, martial arts classes or like boxing classes? That seems fun. I don't know where to go. Okay. This is one floor. I don't know what to do after this. The bathhouse is a little obtuse. It's so obtuse that I'm about to look up a guide. I'm actually very close to looking up a guide to help me get through this bathhouse. You had indoor hockey and then I took it away. Yes! Yeah, same here! Yeah, what happened to that? Like, I thought that was just like a weird Canada thing that we used to do that was taken away for no reason. But yeah, like we used to have like real sports. And like a lot of the cool sports were taken away. And then it just became like indoor. I have nothing against soccer, but like, you do not have a scythe. The sport of soccer does not provide you a built-in scythe. You had tennis? Yo, we used to have badminton. I mean, we had badminton in high school, but it required like a specific setup, and so often it wasn't done for the normal classes. It was only done as an extracurricular. But yeah, tennis would have been sick too. Like, what happened to all these like really cool moments where you could like go and like, I don't know, play tennis or play hockey and stuff like that's fun. And tennis in particular, I think would be more fun because like, not to say that badminton's bad, but badminton is slow. It's a very meandering sport where, again, it's not bad, but like when I think of sports that I'd want to play for a long time, tennis is like up there in terms of the skill that you need. So it's fun from like a skill training perspective. You don't have to be super crazy, whatchamacallit, like freakish in terms of your athletics to do. Like, it's not like basketball where height seems to play a lot of your role, because the closer you can get into the net, the better, right? It's very much unlike basketball, and also very much unlike wrestling and stuff, where like your weight class matters, right? It's just straight up, in many ways, just hand-eye coordination, which in many ways can be trained, even if in many ways it's hard. Oh, this is the private bath. I don't get how to open this. Maybe I suck all the water away, so pull it away. PE turned into running. I actually hate when PE is just running, yeah. Then into throwing a ball and no games, really. That sucks. They kept Ultimate Frisbee, but that was only for special days. That's sick. Okay, I've never heard of a school ever doing Ultimate Frisbee. Maybe Canadian schools need to pick it up, because that sounds sick. Not to say that Frisbee is like necessarily the best sport, but it's like, compared to other sports, like that's pretty sick. And again, it's a sport where you only need hand-eye coordination. I think it's weird how we emphasize a lot of sports within schools that require some level of physicality. Because it's like, in many ways, you can't do those sports all the time, right? Like, I wish there was more variety of sports that were specifically about skill-based building, which is not to say that other sports aren't about skill, but like, you know what I mean. Maybe that's the combination. I suck the water away and I suck the water out to go this way. But at least I now know where the water is for that bath. Because that's a private bath. That's the Naraka private bath. Dodge. Parry. Block. Run. Again, not that I have anything against badminton, but tennis sounds way better. So it's just way more faster paced. It's just more fun. There's more risk. You can even like, and I think too, it's like, it's more interesting because it's faster, because there's like a mind game element of where you're gonna throw it. Whereas in badminton, not to say that there isn't a mind game, but like, the relative speed of a spike is surprisingly slow. Like, every time I play badminton, I'm always reminded of how surprisingly straightforward it is to actually play the game, and how to read it, if that makes sense. Like, my eyes can track things a lot easier. Like, when you play hockey, that puck moves so fast that in many ways, you have to almost be ready in a predictive manner, and you have to sort of think about how a person's going to shoot, where they're probably going to like go. Like, there's a lot that goes into it, and even your passes have to be even more precise because it's so fast and thus so hard to pass well for you to be able to like move it somewhere. A whole logic for a human. Sorry, I just climbed into it without really reading, but oh god, it's disgusting. Oh god. Look, all I'm saying is tennis is... Oh, what the fuck? The superior sport. I'm in the sub-level of the Tower of Lamentation. Okay, that's cool. What now? What creature is it now? What disgusting, writhing mass is gonna spawn here? What being must I kill? It's that thing. Sitting in the corner. Oh, it's a rock. Streamer, that's not a person, it's a rock. No, it's the rock. What's his name? If it has a name bar, I'm switching to my gun. It does. I saw the name bar pop up for half a second. You get gunpowder. The Napepo. The Napepo, it's already half dead. Again, this is the pain part of this game, is that the boss fights are not that complicated. This one just does a lot of damage, comparatively. Excuse me, I'm being stuck. Why am I being stuck? I'm being stun locked. What is this? I'm being stun locked. What the fuck? I was stun locked. What the fuck? I can move, man. What? Alright, that's not a hard boss. It's just bullshit. What is that emote? Dead AF. I forgot that I had that. I think I added that because it came from like a Half-Life 2. Like it has a Half-Life 2 model, and I thought it looked cool. Yeah, not a fan of this boss. It's a little broken. You just die if you get close, and it's not even hard to like fight the boss. It's not like you're trying to like dodge anything. It just kills you in one shot. Like it's a little silly. It's a little silly. And it's not like, again, it's what is the difficulty of doing this, right? Like it just seems weird. And the AoE is so massive for what it does because it's the entire room basically, and it can't walk upstairs. And now it's dead. Like what's the point of these bosses? What's the point of the bosses in this game? I don't get it. It's such a wasted opportunity space. It's such a wasted. It's such a waste of a cool design space, like opportunity. Why? I like how it reached out, like, please, no. Make a boom. I wonder if you can ever beat this game without killing bosses. Maybe it's like a whole make your decisions. Pop goes the Napepo. The belongs of one now gone. Wooden coin, yellow. White gem wheel. Water control room key. Water control room key. I can kill the beast that's behind the door. And I have the gem. And I have the final wheel of water. I don't know what that does, the wheel, but I guess we get to see what water gets emptied now. It's a rock, streamer. It's a rock. I don't know why I did that peek. Sorry, I did that like very disorienting peek because I was afraid. Ooh, shit. Pick up. There's a cannibal. What? No, it's Canada. Hello, chat. Hey, I was just talking about you. Hey, can you explain something to me? Why do you keep coming back here to be abused every single day, despite being an accomplished designer who has actual, like, real clients, like major streamers that you've made emotes for? You? Me? A heavy club, often favored by Oni and large men. I like how it makes the equivalence. But what? Oh, this is the key door for the Napepo. It's for the people. Like people happy? People like pee pee poo poo? People puppy people poopy. People puppy poopy poopy. People poopy puppo. Yes, you, chat. Yes, you.
Look into the camera and tell me the truth. Tell me the truth.
Oh, there's a tunnel. Okay, you guys duel it out. I'm gonna go over here first. These rooms have to have something. Surely they wouldn't hide secrets from me. Hello, gamers. Hello. Yeah, welcome to. We're actually almost done this game. So you actually came in a good time because we got past the most infuriating parts of this game. Actually, what's your school sports like? Okay, we have one person from everywhere now. What's your PE classes like? You wouldn't say that about yourself, but sure. Okay, well that's because you're a pussy. That's because you're a pussy who won't say what you deserve.
Welcome to my alpha male class. All right, in my alpha male class, I'm going to teach you how to respect yourself even more. That's right. Alpha males talk about the way that this alpha male gooned too much and fell asleep.
Your bank account says it all. I mean, it is sort of funny to think about that. Like, I mean, this is sort of okay. This is okay. To get real here, when I had no money, I thought my life was a waste of space. And when I had a lot of money, I still thought my life was a waste of space. I realized that I needed therapy. Like, basically, your money doesn't imply your worth. Your money is actually just a measure of some other factor that in many ways is not really your worth. Like the things that you create and who you are are in many ways separate. So I would argue you shouldn't be so harsh on yourself. Fucking loser. Wait, were we not supposed to feel like a waste of space? No. No, my therapist told me that I wasn't supposed to, though. You need therapy and money, though. Oh, that's true. Okay, okay. No. I do agree that you do need money. I'm not saying that you don't need money. I think money is the best thing in the world because it gives you more opportunities. But I do agree that I think it's also important to recognize that even with the money, you would still feel like a waste of space. Like, if anything, the problems that money solves is a whole different problem. Like, as much as it sucks to like hear that, like as somebody who has been able to like be thankful, I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful of being able to work for a lot of money as a programmer. Having the money, it didn't really solve my problems. I was still miserable. It took a lot of effort to like change that. Are we not supposed to feel like a waste of space? Is there really a space for me and you? For you and I? Is there really a space for us in this cruel world of ours? Is there really such a thing as happiness in our life? Is it possible to like feel like real people? You're supposed to put effort in? That's kind of funny to think about, but like, yeah, like a lot of that healing process was surprisingly full of effort from me. Like it was very strange. Because even I had that thought of like, well, what's the point of all this if it doesn't just come free and into my lap? Like, am I really getting better? Because like, you know, if you have eczema as a personal experience, you get a corticosteroid, you rub it on your eczema spots, you get really slimy for a couple days, you feel like a strong urge to like itch, but you just don't do it. The medication helps it go away. You climb into the tunnel. Another slimy tunnel. Oh god, I don't like the way it made me look down. It puts the lotion in the basket. It puts the lotion in the basket. Yeah, that's what it really felt like. Yeah, like it was like I was just putting lotion on myself and just dropping it in there. Blessing of Ashuku Yosku. What? Who? Blessing of Ashuku Nyorai. There's a Kudoku katana. What's a Kudoku katana? A katana coated in a sticky, foul-smelling substance. Even getting a little bit on your skin makes you feel ill. This gives you 35 poison. Okay, well, what about the blood letter? This gives you 1 or 2 bleeding. What about the rusty katana? This gives you 3 poison. This thing gives you like 30 poison? Holy shit. That's kind of good. Wait, what's the combo again? What's the combo? Heavy inflicts 35 poison. So right now, he's poisoned. He will die in about 10 seconds. But yeah, I think everybody here is worth something. All of you. Every single one of you, you're all worth something. Don't downplay yourselves. Even if you aren't making money from it, it doesn't mean that you're worth something. It doesn't mean that you're actually like a person who's doing worthwhile things. Don't let it get to your head, though. All right, you pieces of shit. POV, your therapist is like oddly abusive, but like also really nice. So you don't really know if you should step away or if you should like do like a chargeback and then report them and stuff. It's like, what am I supposed to feel? What am I supposed to feel? Why are you doing this to me? Don't let it get to your head, you piece of shit. It's like, whoa. What am I supposed to feel? Well, I guess that's it. I guess that's the whole map. So, alright, let's just recall. Swing my hands. Go. I will drink tea and then pray. All of you are worth something. All of you have done amazing things. Just don't downplay yourselves. But don't let it get to your head, you piece of shit. Pro tip, just have no feelings, therefore can't be a disappointment or depressed. See, this is why I love playing games like this. This is the only time during a stream when you can truly be, like, nihilistic. Well, imagine being nihilistic while I'm playing Hello Kitty Island. Like you want to be nihilistic? I just got a flower bed. How can you possibly be sad? In this game, everything sucks. This is the perfect time to like be like, my life sucks. My family hates me. I hate my family. My job sucks. Screw chocolate. What did chocolate do to you? Screw you. I love chocolate. Screw Choco. Oh, not Choco, Choco. The little character. Yeah, how do you spell his name, actually? I actually don't know how to spell his name. I've only ever heard his name. Hello Kitty characters. Hello Kitty? Oh, chat. We're gonna go to the... Oh my god, chat. There's a Hello Kitty fandom. Okay, we've never not had a funny time on a fandom. Never. Her name is Charmy Kitty? Wait, Hello Kitty has a pet cat? What the fuck? Ordered 6 plastic boxes. You wanted to mention it because it took you weeks to find fitting ones. Okay, but like, what are you fitting in that side of it? Like your dick? Like what? Why do you need 6 plastic boxes? Like what? now there's more questions. Dead bodies. That's good. That's really good. Kuromi. I know about Kuromi. Oh, Pachaco. Join the conversation. He said they said that one time the kitty wasn't a real cat. What? What do you mean it's not a real cat? She's the titular main character in the first appearance. Despite her design is rather basic, was revolutionary for the era where the kawaii community was at its infancy. Kettles in a Tokyo hands. All the food and drinks of at-home cafe are cute. Ikebukuro. A present from Hubs. Cupcake wallpaper. A present from my husband. A cupcake wallpaper on a very old phone. You know what's funny? Plastic containers, right? I've only ever had a use for them to store stuff like clothing and stuff. They're surprisingly useless for liquids and like organic matter. So let's imagine it's food. Let's say it's food, right? I can't see the part. Also, this fandom sucks. They got rid of the comments. She's named Kitty White and is not a cat. What? Kitty? Oh my god, her full name is Kitty White. Wait. Species? No, wait. Who is lying? Sanrio or fandom? Because here, species cat. It's species cat. It's cat. Species. Cat. Wait. Hello Kitty is a conspiracy conspiracy theories. Hello Kitty is a human girl and not a cat. That's suggesting that Hello Kitty is a cat. One's correction. Sanrio made for my script in the show. Hello Kitty is not a cat. She's a cartoon character. She's a little girl. She's a friend, but she's not a cat. She's never depicted in all four. She walks and sits like a two-legged creature. She does have a pet cat of her own, however, and it's called Charming Kitty. Oh, Christine Arellano, having been credited by Sanrio themselves. All right, so Sanrio's whole argument of Hello Kitty is not a cat is because she walks on 2 legs. Sometimes my dog pounces on my leg and stands on two legs. Is she no longer a dog? In that moment, Sanrio, You fucking idiots! She's a cat. That argument doesn't make sense. She stands on two legs. Kangaroos stand on two legs. Is it not a kangaroo? Is it a human? You're fucking idiots. She's a cat. Species cat. She's less than a cat. Just look at the box. It's perfect. Holy shit, this is kind of sick, actually. Antibacterial for food. Okay, but what are you storing in it? Like, what's your food of choice? Also, every time they say antibacterial, right? I always wonder, like, how do you know if it's antibacterial? Because what does it even mean? Like, is it lined with an antibacterial matter? Or is it just because bacteria hates plastic? It does remind me, though, of, like, a cool, like, almost like a bento box. That's a very neat little, like, lunch container. Though I will say, if you get the lunch container top, and then you have the stuff on the bottom, it's like, what you put... So imagine this is a lunchbox, right? You won't store food, but you just like the sparkling pattern. I thought that was just I don't know how to explain this. I thought the sparkly pattern was water, and I thought, you know how like there's like, you know, like underwear ads where like they spray the person down in water and they're like sopping wet and their hair is wet. I thought that was the same thing for this box. I was like, this is like, because I was thinking like, this is a weird advertisement for a box that they do the same technique that they do for like underwear people, right? But I guess it works. The glitter pattern stops bacteria. Oh boy! Imagine you go to a hospital and the doctor's like, we have to sanitize you. And while you're on your deathbed, right? They cover you in glitter. And your family asks, why are you covered in glitter? Like head to toe, you can't even see like a single part of your skin. And the doctor goes, this is an embalming technique to stop the bacteria from like spreading. And that's just a thing that people would believe. Like, can you imagine if that was a real thing? I would go insane. Okay, but imagine you did use this for food, right? Look at the lid of the thing. It has 4 compartments, which kind of makes sense. So you would do like, I don't know. Okay, so rice. I know it's weird that I said rice because we're playing a game that's set in like a feudal Japan era, but I just like rice. Rice, salmon teriyaki, sushi. This isn't helping my case. Rice, salmon teriyaki, sushi, unagi. What do you put in like the other 80% of the container? A giant chicken on the bottom. Wait, you're right. It could just be 4 rice and 1 whole roasted chicken. It could be 4 rice. What? Soy sauce. It could literally be all soy sauce. We're on to something here, chat. We're on to something here. Very impractical food containers for lunch. Like, imagine you rock up to the office, right? And you walk into the lunchroom, and one coworker has that box, but it's just a giant chicken in it. And another coworker rocks up with that box, and they have just a giant vat of soy sauce on the bottom. That's some good stuff. That's some actually good stuff. That's good. I like that. There's also, wait, 30 liters? Okay, please send me the 30 liter, please. I need to know. I'm begging you. Ooh, 30 liters, fill me up with 30 liters, ooh. 30 liters of soy sauce. I think you would die. Like, I actually think you would die drinking 30 liters. Oh, they sent it. 30 liters of soy sauce. Holy shit, like what are you even gonna use for this? Like what food do you store? Okay, because like again, the pattern on top implies that the pattern of the thing on top implies that it's toppings for the thing on the bottom, right? Even for spaghetti, this is not enough space for the amount of feta cheese that you would need. Or sorry, this is not enough space for the amount of Parmesan cheese that you would need to eat with the spaghetti sauce. Like, even if you kept the noodles separate and it was just Parmesan cheese on top, that's still not enough to, like, get rid of all 30 liters of Parmesan, of tomato sauce. It's just too much. And that's spaghetti, which is, like, a very bulk level food that's very easy to store in bulk. Let alone things like unagi. You know how much 30 liters of unagi is? That's a lot of unagi. Storage for pasta or cereal. Pasta or cereal? Oh, cereal on top, milk on the bottom. It works via condensation, right? eventually the milk condensates and then the milk drips down from the top to like coat your cereal. So you bring the container to work, and by the time 4 hours passes and you get into your lunch period, there will be enough milk having condensated from the bottom into the top where the cereal is that you can eat the cereal. And then think about this. On the way home, it starts to ferment, right? Because it's antibacterial, as in the bacteria can't escape and stays inside and simply dies and gets stronger. You then have yogurt. Perfect antibacterial yogurt. Yeah. So this stupid cereal cup. Yes! Cereal cup. You wouldn't even be able to lift it with that handle. That's true. Yeah, that's true. How are you supposed to lift this? I do like when containers, right? I love when containers have like this idea of you can only hold the container from the side by the friction of your hands, as if we're frogs. And it's like, I don't think this is like a good design. Oh, here we go. The crunch cup. Yeah, here we go. No spoon, no bowl. It's cereal on the go. I fucking hate this thing. It's so stupid. Because it's like, yeah, it's exactly, like, it doesn't make any sense. You're literally paying $30-$40 for a cup that you unscrew to eat the cereal, and then it has a sippy hole for the milk. And I'm like, what's the point? It's like, just have two separate ones and it's the same thing. You don't even need like one cup, just have two separate cups. It's easier, and then you get more milk because the cereal in the middle displaces the milk. And the worst part, the cereal doesn't soak inside the milk, so you don't even get the flavor of the milk being all nice and like, sweet. The best part of cereal isn't even the cereal, it's the milk. It looks like a Ona hole. Oh shit, that's good. Oh shit, that's good. Oh fuck, it looks like a Ona hole. That's good. The cereal to milk ratio is unbalanced. Yes, it's unbalanced. Like everything about it is just off. It's the worst thing ever. You're not sure what that is. Not sure if you want to. You don't know what an Ona hole is. What's funny is that you're so lucky that I can't show you. It's against Twitch TOS. It's the one thing that I can't show you. Free yourself from your burdens. Surely this is a coin. So wait, the coin that I started with is also one coin. Should you not Google? You don't know either. Google at your own risk, basically. Like you Google if you want to know what it is. Yeah, it's a fleshlight. Yeah, it's basically the weeaboo's term for a fleshlight. It's like thing and then thing in Japan. It's like, oh, fleshlight at home, depraved, craven, gooner, like perverted. Fleshlight in Japan. You. 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 Oh. Oh. You. 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 Oh. You. You. Oh. 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 You. You. No. You. All right, this might be the best game ever. This actually might be the best game ever. I've never been in such a trance-like state going upstairs before. A long staircase or it's a loop, perfect timing. I've actually never been in such a trance-like state. As soon as I heard the song and I saw him spawning, I was like, "Oh, this is perfect." Like, you just shut up and just let the scene play out. Wow, I've never felt like that before. That was so good. I really enjoyed that. That was a great sequence. The stairs really captures this feeling of like you're going up to this space to where you have no clue what the hell is going on. You have no idea what you're gonna eventually see, and you have no clue what's coming for you. And all you know is that this place is where Buddha doesn't exist, right? Because we restored the statue, so the creature that comes from desecrating the statue of Buddha is here naturally. As in, this is a place where Buddha's eyes don't even reach. This is a place that is free of any sanctity or peace. This is a place of some terrible thing. And then the yo shows up, and you're like, "Oh shit, I gotta join in." Oh, that's the best. That was the best feeling I've ever had in my life. Hall of Repetition. It's an old scroll containing a description of one of the 8 great hells. A hell for those who have destroyed life in any form. The sinners here are full of rage and hatred. So, not just murderers, but specifically maybe insane murderers. I'm not sure. It's like the not insane as in like the clinically insane, but like the like insano, crazy, sort of like really powerful, dangerous ones, right? But what does that mean? Because murder is murder, irrespective of the form or the method. It is life taken away. So wouldn't it all be equal? And when they go to the other hall, they seek each other out and tear each other apart using tooth and nail. My throat hurts now. Pulling out eyes and ripping flesh until bone is exposed. Afterwards, the wardens of this hell come and use great iron rods to beat the sinners until there are nothing but piles of broken bones and mangled flesh. Oh my god. They make ground beef. Thereafter, a chilling wind will blow through the realm while a voice from the sky cries out, "Revive! Revive! Yo!" And the sinners will be restored to their former shape to begin the torture again. No, there was a priest here. There was a priest here who was walking around. I wonder if we can actually see that priest now. I do have a gun to help him, so we could kill the Demon King. That's assuming that was a priest and that wasn't like the demon. Hey, where's the Demon King? What the hell is this? What? There's no way you're the Demon King.
Oh, you made it here. It's been a long time since anyone has. There was once a time where many a mortal would stand where you are now. But now, well, few will ever find their way here. Not in this age, anyway. Now you stand before me. What will you do, little pup? You still carry that blade, the other half still embedded in your master. Do you hope to cut me down with it a second time?
I knew it. We did come from this place. Our Lord Nobumitsu was part of the clan that fell apart. That's why the hero's armor looks so familiar. It's because we were here before. That's why the other armor tray was missing, because that's the armor that we had from the clan. It's why the master and why everything was so familiar to us. It's because we were here and this is our master coming to a demon. Cut me down with it a second time. Or maybe what he means is that he's not the master, but we're gonna cut somebody down with it a second time.
Or do you wish to submit and offer your body to me? No. You seek violence. I can see it in your eyes. Well, I think we've spoken enough. Let us begin!
Boom! Aye! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Boom! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Suppress! Reloading! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Reloading! Kind of underwhelming. Yeah, this game doesn't have good boss fights. The combat in this game is actually the worst part of the game. It's sort of annoying because it's like the game in all respects is a good game. It's just the combat is the worst part of the game. It's almost like, but to be fair, it's sort of like, I think this is Babby's first roguelike, first of this game type, if that makes sense. Like, if it's your first ever game of this type, I think it's just annoying enough that you'd be able to, like, feel a struggle in trying to beat the game, right? But it's not so complicated that you have to, like, actually think deep about what you're doing. It's very easy to run around and just dodge things. Very, very easy. To the point where it's like, I almost sort of wonder what's the point of having the combat, if that makes sense. Not to say that it's bad to have combat, but it is very sort of like, that's the whole fight. That's the boss of the game. That's the final boss. And then it's like, if that's the effect that it has, is you just, yeah, poke and run, then what's... Like, it feels like the game would be better if it was just a straight up horror game instead of having to fight the boss and running around like this. I died. What? Again, it's not a bad game, but it's definitely like a very easy game. I think if you're just not used to these types of games, this game is a good intro to the idea, but in terms of gameplay and in terms of like the complexities of the combat, it's very underwhelming. If you already are used to combat action games, this is sort of like too easy of a game for you to really enjoy. Can I take that torch? No. In fact, I just leave. I would go down the river and I would leave. Or perhaps this is a false choice. I choose to go deeper inside the cave. I choose to fight my way. I can't do anything. And again, that's the final boss. It doesn't feel like a spectacle. The enemy is very simplistic. And the whole game, the combat has just been poke and run. It's why I chose today of all days to play the game, because on a day where we have a lot to talk about in me coming back, it's sort of like a good game to sort of sit through and go through and not really have to deal with it much, right? It's just sort of like it's a slow talking game. And again, it's not really, I think, it's hard because like from our perspective, right? We know how to play these games, and so it becomes very easy for us to play this, but if it's your first time, you would have no clue. But maybe it's because we know so much that this experience is no longer fun. That so it makes you wonder, okay, well, why did we go through all of this? And sort of what's the point of playing it? And by the way, you had BD yesterday. What? Bad dick yesterday? Like, what's a BD? I'm sorry that you had bad dick. Oh, you had a birthday yesterday. Oh, you had a birthday. Wow, Chad. Hey, you know what? Happy birthday. How did you enjoy that boss fight? Was that a nice present? That's actually the first... I think you're the first chatter that has like openly admitted their birthday here. So congratulations. Happy birthday to you. Did you enjoy? Have a cake? I hope that this present was a very good for you. Actually, we'll do a birthday celebration for you after. That's a Demon King's Mask. Okay? We'll do something fun for you afterwards. After this game, before we go into Anthology of the Killer, we'll do a birthday celebration. That's a real ass tree. That's a real tree. Well, it's alright game. Well, you didn't celebrate it, you just ordered boxes. Okay, so after this, we'll celebrate your birthday in a very pro-social way, but, you know, I have an idea of how to celebrate your birthday. This game is, it's pretty good. It's also very lackluster in the parts that I think matter the most. Your day-to-day experience in this game is going to be the combat, right? The world is really cool. The story that it tries to tell is interesting at the start. And then the story just kind of falls off, and it sort of makes you go like there's some thinking about what you have to do, and there's some relation to the characters that you see and sort of the stories that they live, but it feels very empty. It feels extremely empty, and so it makes me go like, well, what's sort of the point, right? The combat is way too simple for it to be, I think, compelling long term, but even just in general, when you're playing it, it's like at some point your brain turns off and you do the combat. There's no risk from the enemy, and you as the player have very little control because your stamina is too slow. The key problems with the combat is this. Stamina. Too slow. Your speed as a character is slow, but it's the delay between actions that makes it even slower. So it's even harder because you can't do anything. Also, can I say something about this game? Did you notice that some of the things that we did are still undone, if that makes sense? Like there's I didn't ever figure out how to rebuild the Dao blade, by the way. So the Dao blade is still undone. So I couldn't make the Dao blade. I didn't repair my sword, which I'm assuming maybe you could at some point somewhere, but it's weird that a lot of the parts of the game we didn't discover. It's like, it says to me that maybe the game has a deeper secret somewhere, because the Demon King boss fight had a little zone, like a podium, like a pagoda where he was sitting, and so it makes you wonder maybe there's something there, but it's just strange. Like, it's strange how the game sort of dies and it just is done, and then it's sort of empty, and then that's it. Like, we don't have a chrysanthemum blade, ever. We have all these weapons that don't really matter. Just sort of odd. It's a very odd game. And again, because we didn't build that item, the Dao blade, which is this thing over here, it sort of makes me wonder, where is it supposed to go? If I combine it with a handle, I can make a complete weapon, but it's like, I can't combine it with anything. Like, maybe I can combine it here, but I can't. So it's like, what do you do? And it doesn't combine with anything here. What's interesting too is that there's like little weird bugs in this game too that make me think that the game is incomplete. You notice how I still have salt, right? Let me just go back here. Let me just actually this save is the save. Well, first off, let's go into the fight, and then I'll use the talisman to leave the fight. Cause the fight, I want to go see the pagoda. Cake in the box sounds good. You know what? It does sound good. I hope that you did get cake for yourself, because... Wait. That's interesting. The boss is gone, and the compass is going crazy. maybe there is more to the game. Because it feels like the combat was very... You know what it is? The combat itself feels like a punishment of some kind. As if you have to get through the slog of the combat in order to get to whatever it's trying to tell you. Maybe there's more that we're missing somewhere. Tapestry? Tapestry. I wonder what else has changed, actually. Because I didn't expect this from the game, where when you kill the boss stays dead. Like, usually when you reload a save, the boss comes back to life, right? So it's kind of weird that this would happen. It was this spot over here. Just a curtain. Doesn't really lead anywhere. Yeah, we'll do your birthday celebration soon once I'm fully done with this game. But yes, happy birthday, and I'm glad. You know, we can use bad dick as a euphemism for a birthday. This way, we can tell each other, "Hey, I had a bad dick yesterday," and only those who are in the know will know. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. You know what? I actually do like that idea. Everyone, never say birthday ever again. Say BD and then say bad dick. Like, oh, I'm glad that you had some bad dick. Suggestion: change bad to big. No need. That's too parasocial. It's too late. You've opened yourself up, because I think everybody deserves a birthday. I'm doing this in the same way that like an orphanage director would give a birthday to their orphan children who don't have a birthday. I'm not doing this because I want to be parasocial. I'm doing this because I want to make sure that all of my orphan kids who are all a little like messed up in the head have something to look forward to in life. I don't know if I want to change it to big dick, because it's like bad dick is funny. I think it's even funnier to say that you're a bad dick, but big dick does sound pleasing. It's like, do we want to go with comedy, or do we want to go with pleasing, or is it because no dick is truly bad? I've heard otherwise, but maybe it's that no dick is truly bad. I definitely have heard otherwise, though. This has to be more, there has to be more to the game. The combat was so bad that it feels like a punishment. We know that we killed our master, and we were going to avenge our master by killing the Demon King, right? But what does that solve? Because now we're just more of the same problem, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. We still never saw the priest. Like, the priest as a character never showed up again. And we can go back into the game, and the Demon King spits us out to go to the ending. But when we come back to the game, the Demon King is dead. Like, this all says to me that there's more to the game, and that we just tackled the first layer. And maybe that's why the game feels so unsatisfying, is that you have to go deeper into the layers to really be able to experience more of the game. As I go down this very long stairway. Like, I wonder if monsters even spawn anymore. Because the Demon King is gone. The castle is basically free. And there's that village side, aside from the tea house, where it's like the tea house leads to a whole outside. And there's like a pathway down to the village, down to another building. There's, again, the Dao Blade. There's the extra salt that I can't seem to use on that box at the very top of the first tower. And then the basement, the princess basement, where you can put something in that space. I still can't do that. For some reason, I can't give an offering of any kind. Like, something's missing from the experience. Something is missing. I'm missing something important. Or maybe that is it. Because again, it really does feel like in many ways, offer the shopping carts. I could offer them. That is true. It feels like in many ways that the game is just unfinished. Like, I wonder if that's why the New Game Plus update is coming. Because like, in the New Game Plus update trailer, you do see the princess like outlets for the offering, right? Presumably the princess outlet is for you to like put stuff in, and it's going to come with the New Game Plus update. But they also say that nothing about the tower is changing. Like, maybe that's the hint that they're trying to tell their players, is that, guys, nothing about the tower is changing. These things that you have that you never figured out, you can still do it. You just, if the tower isn't changing, none of you have figured it out. Like, maybe it's that the developers have gone, no one's figured out the game yet, because no one's ever bothered to go back and reload the save. Because they do the fight and they go, well, that was easy. I shot him like 5 times and he's dead. And they never bother. Parasocial is the name of the game. That's very true. Very true. What do you do to celebrate your birthday, chat? Okay, monsters still spawn. Listen, buddy, the Demon King is gone. You don't have to do this anymore. It's over. Shed yourself from burdens, enlightenment shall follow. It's over. Again, we never got to see the priest. That weird priestly figure just disappeared from our view and never showed up again. Which is strange. We saw him walk in the hallways and he never showed up ever again. I don't know why. And he wasn't the priest inside the cell. Like, that's a whole different priest. Hey. I don't know. Demon King's gone. You got anything cool for me? No? Alright. Hey. Demon King's gone. You got anything cool for me? Yeah. No? Alright. That's cool. Hey. Fix my broken katana. No problem. What do I want to use with it? Yep. Use the parts of another katana to fix mine up. I'm gonna go with the bloodletter because it sounds cool. Look at that thing. It's freaking sharp. I can make something good with this. Are you sure you want to use that? No. What do you say about the other swords? You fix my broken katana. I'm curious what he says for the other swords. Surely there's dialogue for each one. Rusty katana. You freaking kidding, buddy? I just said you bring some rusty. I just said you bring some rusty thing and you can generate this. Something. But if you want to be a cheap ass, I can still work with it. I guess you should want to use the one. Don't want to wait till you get something better. No. The royal katana. Well, it's a nice looking blade. I'm sure I can make something nice with this. You sure you want to use it? No. Yeah, alright, buddy. Can you fix my broken katana? Alright, no. Yeah, next. Next. I got Kodoku. Oh, where'd you find that thing? And why is it sticky? It's disgusting, but still fine play. It's like, no, I'm good. Can you fix my broken katana? Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. You bring me another katana. Don't cheap out bring something. Got a katana you're gonna use bloodletter. There you go. Yes, please. Alright, and I cut myself. Give it here, then. Hey, buddy. Yeah. So, is that really it? Chrysanthemum blade bloody. Infused with the bloodletter, it now hungers for blood. Improve my equipment, so now I can just improve the chrysanthemum blade. Every year, you wouldn't remember it's your bad dick day if not for random notifications from apps and also from your mom. Yeah, and then the Nintendo. So Nintendo is really good at reminding me that I have a birthday. My wife also is really good at it. Although it's funny because my wife, this is not her fault. Okay, we just have very busy lives. I know it's not her fault. I'm not blaming her. It's funny because sometimes, like, my wife has miscalculated the time and she thought it's like one day, but she comes the next day. And so what ends up happening is we usually celebrate my birthday late. But this year she didn't forget, and we had a good dinner, and then it's just very normal. It's just a very normal thing. Life gets busy. Moms are the real ones. Hey, fuck your mom. Hey, you guys ever see that video actually? You can clean what will you do? Who are you really? Taste the flesh. Wait, you can ask her of what she will do now. So do they know that the Demon King is dead? Shit. Do they know that the Demon King is dead? What will you do now? I'll wait here. The chance if I slay that vile thing, and if you do, I hope you can slay him. You can clean one of the weapons. Clean the axe. Yes, of course. Thank you. Can you clean? Okay. Okay, bye. That's it? I thought she would, like, leave. War axe. No, she'd, like, leave and be free, but no, it's all the same? Really? Like, there's actually no... That's the actual end to the game? I think the game is incomplete. At some point, you stop celebrating, and then you start celebrating that you haven't died yet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly it, yeah. Because at some point, it's just like, it's all the same. Like, I'm 30 now. It's like, what's my birthday matter? It literally doesn't matter. It's just every year is another step towards that. Not that that's like a bad thing. Well, no, it is a bad thing, but you know what I'm saying. It's not that cool or interesting anymore. Like, it's not. I don't know. It's not fun to. This is why we need therapy. All of us. If the monsters respawn, then I know that there's something wrong. Age is a social construct. You know, the monsters are respawning. You know, it's kind of true because think about it. Would you really care to track your age if it wasn't important from a social standpoint? Think about that for a second. Because think about how you track your age now. You don't track it in terms of the time. You track your life in terms of the experiences that you've had. That's how you live your life, is you track it in terms of the experiences that you've had. And so it's like, well, if it's all based on your experiences, what's the point of even tracking the time? It's because somebody told us that we should. Time is a social construct. Yeah, think about it. Why do you keep the time? For what? For what reason? Oh, to wake up to go to work. Oh, that's a social construct, working. Why do you go to work? Quit your job now. Quit your job now. I thought we tracked with the sun. Wait, is that actually... Oh, you're right. We do track time with the sun. Well, why do we care about the sun? The slippery slope just keeps getting slipperier. He's pulling fallacies out of his ass. Get him. If sun go boom, we die. How do we know? Have we ever experienced it? How do we truly know? Right? Science says we do, but think about it. Have you ever seen the sun go out? I've never. I'm still alive. Yeah, that gets to the maiden of the castle. So I killed my master, and now there's this shit. For a statue of some kind. And it's like, what statue can I place here? The salt I couldn't use last time. Must be missing something. Why are you typing like this? If stare at sun, we go blind. It's just the effect that my stream has on you. I've heard from many people that the effect that my stream has on them is that they leave a little bit worse every single time. Maybe it's like a bat signal. Someone projects it onto the sky. Yes, exactly. You're getting it. You're seeing beyond the sun. You're getting it. You're not falling for sun propaganda anymore. Everybody knows that the government has a giant spotlight that they shine at the sky. You know, one of my videos got flagged as an AI video, and in the description it was like on the VOD channel, because apparently I replicated the sense of an AI very, very well. And then what happened was that it was like, oh, the AI is talking about the fact that the sun isn't real, or like just some crazy topic like that. And I'm like, how did I fool the system so much that it doesn't even believe that I'm real? You know what I mean? Like, how does it even happen? But yeah, it actually happened. And so now it's just a funny little thing to think about, that like, I could do that. Nightbot. Oh yeah, you weren't there for that. Yeah, true. All the new chatters have no clue. Again, even for somebody with no viewers like me, there's an old guard and a new guard. The old guard was there when we found that comment on a random Instagram post on Baby Gronk. On Baby Gronk's Instagram page. But the funniest comment I've ever seen in my life. It was so out of left field and so funny. But like, if you've never been here, you have you'd have no clue, because it's like, what does it even mean? Why is the bot saying this? I'm gonna fall into the hole. You know, the hole that I've never fallen into because I was afraid of dying. I'm gonna fall into the hole and see what happens. I'm going to dive into your mom's puss. Mother's pussy. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Oh shit, that's good. Oh wait, that's good. That's really good. So what the fuck? I think the game is just incomplete, chat. Like, it's weird, but I think the game is just not finished. So, huh? It's weird to think about that the game is just unfinished. I know how to get to that third spot. So again, right outside the boss room, there's like a thing that looked like I could salt it, but I couldn't salt it, even though I have the salt. Like the game just didn't let me. The game feels unfinished and a little buggy, and then it's like you have these extra items that don't lead anywhere. Again, what happened to the priest? Like what happened to the priest, the guy that was supposedly spotted walking around? What was he doing? He wasn't the one in prison, that's for sure. Because that person was probably dead a long time ago. The priest didn't have that helmet, I don't think. Not being the AI allegations. Anti-sun propaganda is a neural thing, so it makes sense. Wait, what? She has anti-AI leanings? I mean, she has anti-sun leanings? She's aiming for the heat death of her world?
That's my Neural Sama! Yeah! Pog! Everybody pog out for Neural Sama! Yeah! I jerk off to Neural Sama Rule 34, which is basically the same as jerking off to her, because she isn't real.
Word. Oh yeah, the beef with like Rock. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, also, I want you to think about this. If Neurosama is AI, aka she lives in the virtual world, right? She's everywhere and nowhere all at once. So think about this. What does that mean? Rule 34 of her is technically the real her getting pounded. So when you jerk off to Rule 34 of her, you're technically jerking off to the real her because she's virtual. She doesn't exist. But because she's not real, she exists everywhere all at once. Okay? Refer to the hit movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. For treaties, for more explanations on this phenomena. What the hell am I missing to get the Dow? Like, it's kind of... I think the game... Okay, I think we are officially done the game. Like, the game is done. But I'm just so surprised that the game is done that quickly, because, again, it feels unfinished. And I think I know how to sum up my thoughts on this game now. The game feels unsatisfying. It's unfortunate the game feels like that, because I think the game is an amazing concept with a really, really cool space that they're working with. But it is an unsatisfying conclusion to the game, because the moment that you go in, the first fight and the pace feels fine, but then it's the repetition of the matter that makes you go, this is kind of annoying. Because it ends up being that this is all you do for the entire game. You never really stop just fighting things the same way over and over again. There's no real variation to what you're doing. It's all the same deal over and over again. That's why it feels unsatisfying. It's because the enemies never really change in their complexity and never really force you to do anything more. Which is also, I think, a necessity, because the game's mechanics that it gives you give you very little control over what you can and can't do. Like, you have very little control over the space, over the ways that enemies move, over what happens to you as a result of that. That they can't do crazier, cooler mechanics, because it would just end up feeling impossible to beat the game. It would actually feel bad. But because of that, it also feels unsatisfying, because it never feels like anything that you did really had any impact. Like, it never mattered for me to get good at the game's mechanics of parrying and kicking. It never mattered to me to get good at that. The only skill that mattered was spacing. And spacing, and in many ways, not even like spacing to like deal damage, spacing to avoid damage, and then spacing to like make room for myself to eventually deal a damage. Which isn't bad. I think all games of this type do sort of boil down to spacing, but a game of this type also allows you to do the hardcore crazy stuff. Like, it's like, you ever see somebody play a game like Dark Souls at a very high level of skill? At some point, they don't even dodge. Like, they play as aggressively as they can, and it feels like a maximalist version of Dark Souls. In this, the maximalist that you can do is exactly what I've been doing the whole time, which is parry, swing, swing again, parry, swing, swing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the maximalist version of this game. Is that bit there of just swing, parry, parry, swing, parry. That's it. It doesn't get much faster than that, because the kick is a way to reset the timing of things to give you space. And so it's like, well, what's the point?
Dodging hits is for pussies.
My streamer is a pussy. He's dodging hits because he's a pussy. And it's weird because it's like it has a framework that I think was really designed around giving you options to have more complicated combat, but then at some point probably it was just done as like a quick just get the game finished. And then you have moments like this where he's crying at the instrument that was on the wall. Like he was crying here, right? There's like bits of story being told and then it just disappears and it goes away. And it's never interacted with ever again. Like it's so strange to me. Again, now I feel like if the new game plus is just more of the same, I sort of wonder, is it a game that I want to play again? Like it's a cool idea for a concept, but why not finish the bits that were here? Like now I'm gonna go to the guides of the game. Every weapon location. Like what am I missing from this game? Like what else is in this game that I could be missing here? Do not message me on Steam. Rusty Katana, Hamayuchi, Otsuichi. The Dao blade is in the chest. The Dao handle is in the 4th floor. I couldn't open this chest even though I had the salt in my inventory. So my game is bugged. So that's how you would have gotten the Great Dao, except my game is bugged. Tanto, Formal, Kanado. Okay, we got this. We got the Monk Helmet. Got the Bellhammer, the Bloodletter. Got the Maiden's Naginata. I mean, we could buy it, but... Improved Poison. What else? Walk through 100% achievements. Any breakable can contain the worm/centipede. You can walk out the door after leaving immediately. Prologue, you get this blessed. You know, just to see if there's any other achievements that were there that were missing. You a Seeker of the Shiro Kodama, you get this. You can get the statue from the Butsudan. Okay, so we did that. We get the you hang with the boys. We did the puzzle. You get the Mother's Love, defeating the boss. You get the Genius by combining items, which we did. We did the slots. We get the tea. We get the tea. We get the... Oh, I didn't upgrade my armor, but that's fine. Restored your katana. Upgrade the weapon by 5 times. Upgrade the weapon. Cleaning the weapon. Bath time. We did the yellow gem wheel. We did all this. We get the... We saved the servant. So she helped us clean the weapon. We beat this boss. We enter this tower. We killed the spider boss. We got the holy... What? After defeating it, one of the cocoons will start glowing. Interacting with it will free the priest. Look at this. I can't... It is bugged. Like, there's bugs blocking you from doing the parts of the game. And there's no real telling of why. Look, I'm going to go back to that room. I know exactly which tower it is and where the priest is. But this would explain why I couldn't find the priest, or why I couldn't strangely find many things in this game. A lot of it just didn't work. But also, the Demon King was a demon that we saw at the start of the game, then eat something maybe. But even that demon is like... It had the same form as the Demon King, but was that really just a different form of the Demon King? Anyways, so the Skeleton Tower was... I'm having a stroke. I'm stroking out! I'm nutting. I'm going very... Here. This dude. Yo. Yo. I love when people say yo. It's just funny to think about. Like, because I was thinking, why is it glowing? I should be able to, like, free this person if they're still alive. But I couldn't do it. I think the game is just a little bugged out. And so the experience of, like, getting to this point doesn't feel nearly as good because... The questions that I had and the items that I have, I couldn't interact with us. Like, look, you saw me. What? How come I can do it now?
Thank you for the assist, friend. That thing caught me unaware. Normally I could best win without much effort, but the Demon King's magic is my focus. I am a priest, here to heal the blight that plagues this realm, but... I can't remember what I was going to say. The Demon King can't best me in fair combat, so instead he uses magic to befuddle me and keep me lost. Never mind. You seem a capable sword. I think with my guidance, our quest shall be successful. Alright, thanks for your rescue. You can take some of the talismans. Hopefully this will aid you.
The creature was this tower's warden, the Tsuchigomo? No, those things are just pests commonly found throughout the land. This thing is a normal pest. The spider was a normal pest. It was corrupted. The warden of this tower is the jailer, which I killed, the keeper of the prison. You may see him running around all. He had many strange rituals. Yep. Anyways, now should return to the tea house. Well, okay. Well, what's his deal? Hello? I feel so bad for the people who have given me a blowjob in my life. This is what they saw. Doesn't seem enjoyable. Anyways, there you are. Thanks for helping me out of the mess. It's quite peaceful here, isn't it? I think I should stay a while. But they make some more talismans. So he sells talismans. Why are you looking at me like it's expensive? Who are you, anyways? A priest. I think we've been in this place for so long I can't really remember. Maybe or is it Sasake? Okay, this is what I have. He doesn't remember who he is, but he sells these. Okay, so he only sells talismans. Okay, so again, last time it was a bit buggy, so like again I was spamming E on it, but it didn't work. Well, again, we did that. Did this. We placed the statue there, boots it down. We killed that boss, and you beat the Demon King, and that's it. That's it. How to solve the 4 pillars puzzle in the basement? Nowhere. The puzzle is incomplete cut content that may come out as DLC. Well, it's an alright game. My assessment of the game is this. If you're willing to slog through it, there's something beautiful here. Okay? However, if they're gonna fix the game and, like, I don't know, maybe tweak some of these bugs. Again, I couldn't use Assault. You all saw me do it live on stream last time I played this in the VOD, and I also couldn't free the guy this stream, so it's still weird. I think it's worth it to wait for that update, the New Game Plus update, and then experience it in that way. Because the bugs really do, in a way, taint the experience to the point where you don't really get to enjoy the game fully. It's sort of weird in that it leaves you with questions. But also, like, an entire puzzle in the basement was left there and is undone. And they're gonna add more combat weapons and stuff and new enemies, which I'm assuming means they're revamping the combat to be more interesting. So you might as well wait. But then I think the game is actually genuinely interesting and cool and fun and worth to play, right? But again, making games is hard. They probably just ran out of money and just needed to, like, get something out, right? But I don't blame them for that, but it is very rough in this current state. Because the combat, unless they do major changes, it's going to feel very unsatisfying. The enemies don't really feel like a play on the mechanics. You don't really ever have to think about which move to use and what you need. Like, you never really think about, okay, I need space here. You never really think about, oh, I need to break a parry here. Because the enemy parries are such a short window that once you see it, it's sort of like by the time you're done charging, they're done parrying, and so it's like, what's the point of the heavy attack? It doesn't really make sense. The AI breaks heavily when you space, because ranged attacks don't really come at you, because the game, again, it's sort of the problem of when the player is so slow, there can't be much of a threat from the enemy. Because when the player is so slow and they don't have any options, if the enemy was so much faster, it wouldn't feel fun, it would feel unfun, right? So it ends up being unsatisfying because the enemy poses no threat, and then it's like, what do you do? So then you're here, where you walk away from the Demon King. He spends 3 seconds charging up his spell. 3 seconds. Shoots a ball at you that moves at, like, a very slow pace, and you just have to. Again, I never used the dodge button once. It wasn't even useful the entire game. It was actually more of an annoyance because sometimes I would randomly dodge and waste stamina, compared to just running around, which didn't use stamina. Like, if I could unbind the dodge key, I probably would, because it just didn't do anything for me. Jumping was useless. There was never a point when we needed to jump, ever. It was just such a weird thing to have in the game. Not to say you need to have a use for jumping, but it feels like a missed opportunity. But it's because the jumping feels very clunky. It doesn't feel very good to, like, jump with. It's not useful in combat either. It's not really useful for anything. It's weird. And then the enemies themselves, again, the most complicated enemy, the Demon King, does nothing. I mean, every enemy just runs at you, hits you, or shoots something at you, and there's no real variation on it. Strange. The best part of the game was the parry loop. That parry loop was the best part of the game, because you would have to like think about how you're gonna parry the enemy and what you're gonna do in terms of the timing, and can you read them correctly to see if they're gonna parry, or if they're feinting for a kick, or if they're gonna strike after you get a counterattack in. Like, that was the only time that I actually felt threatened, and that was the way that I mostly played the game, was in that manner, where I'm trying to push as aggressively as I can, and it still felt so slow that I could have full-on conversations about why I was late today. That's the only thing about the game that I think is missing from the experience, is just a tighter gameplay loop in terms of the combat. Like, I do think that, in many ways, the thing that needs to be added is, like, a little bit more speed from the player and the enemies, to the point where there's a bit more risk in terms of what you're doing, right? I know the point is to emulate those old dungeon crawlers, but, like, man, like, it was very strangely unsatisfying. Like, I would have preferred just a little bit more risk from the enemies, because then it would have to make me think a little bit more. Or at least, if you don't want to go that way and you want to go for more of the dungeon crawler feel, which I do think is valuable in the sense of, like, this is your vision, right? I do think it's valuable to keep to your vision. Then at least have more complicated enemy archetypes. At least have more difficult enemy sort of behaviors and patterns that you have to think about. Let's go to the shopping carts. Because the way it is, it's like I never have to really think about it, ever. I never have to think about the way that these enemies move. I never have to think about the way that I react to these enemies. I never had to think about whether I use a kick or something, only for one enemy, the dog. And honestly, I'd rather have less enemies like the dog. But I still want more enemies that make me think about what I'm going to do. It's a very paradoxical statement, but what I mean by this is that the dog forces you to do the kick in order to kill it and get rid of it the entire way. The problem is that the dog is the worst part, because if you don't do it, it just lives forever. And so it's more of an annoyance thing that you have to deal with. But what's weird is that it's not so complicated that it's difficult to execute. It's not an execution skill thing. It's just a, have you done it? Yes, no. It's a very binary choice in that sense. Like, it's very odd how binary it is as a choice. I'd rather have something more like the different skeleton types. How, like, some skeletons had different weapon archetypes, right? The spear versus the sword and the different pace. The little knife-wielding guy, not this very... Actually, no. The very, very small one, where it's very slow, corners you, pretty tanky. And when he gets you, he swings very rapidly. The rat has some of that too. Right? I'd rather have that. Just more thought about, okay, if I need space, then I'll kick the guy away from me to get more space. I think, too, another thing that hurts the game is that, like, a lot of the enemies accidentally kill each other when you reload the game, and you never have to deal with them. Like, it's strange. Like, it's... Sometimes you would just enter a room and there's no combat, because all the enemies are dead. And so your experience of a corridor could be completely different. Like, if the dogs and the skeletons... If the dogs and the ghoul-looking guys and the knife-wielding guys never kill each other, then you have an interesting combat sort of gauntlet to go through, because you have to think about how you're going to do all this damage. Look at this house, by the way, that just isn't used. That's interesting. But if you never need to do that, then sort of what's the point? Right? Because the enemies are all dead. They accidentally kill each other before you ever get a chance to see them. And it's like, I don't really know if it's worth it to keep the enemies fighting inside the game. Holy shit, chat, we made it over. Oh my god. We have to see what's on this weird, like, unfinished side. Because again, while it's cool to see the first time, and it's cool to see that the tower is alive, I think it'd be interesting if at some point they all started to go after you. Not as an artificial difficulty thing, but because I think it'd be more interesting than what it currently is, where it's like, nobody's really bothering you. No one's really trying to hurt you. This house is empty. I guess I shouldn't have expected much. But yeah, it's weird. It's an interesting game. It has a cool framework. It's just a lot of the enemy archetypes boil down to simply a lot of the variability in your difficulty is how enemies sort of spawn in, and whether or not they kill each other, which is a very strange problem to have. But it's also it leads to this other problem where it's like, because they can kill each other, it feels like you have to have the respawning enemies. Like they can't just die forever and you clear a room. Because if you don't have respawning enemies, A, you don't make money, you can't buy things. Consumables get used even if you respawn. And then you need to farm them to some level to buy certain things, right? I kind of wish there was more static bits to it. But I get why, because it's like no one would expect Dark Souls to be a static, no enemy respawn game. But again, maybe this idea of like, at least in Dark Souls, in games like that, you only respawn when you hit a certain points. Like you hit a save points, and then the enemies come back to life, which is nice. Here in this game, you leave the room and you come back and things come back to life. I sort of hate that. I wish it was that you could just rerun the halls themselves by going to a save point or something, and then bringing them all back to life. And maybe there's a talisman that you can get that can help aid you in that. A really cheap talisman, like a throwaway one, that you could buy. Now that I know that you can buy them, that would help you respawn enemies on demand if you wanted to do such a thing. I don't know. It's like that's really the major issue. Because everything else about the game is pretty cool. The story, the idea of you going into your own hell and going through your own punishment for what you've done, for the slaying of Lord Nobumitsu, and for the complications of our character, where our character sort of like blames this other, basically, I mean, third party that had no real part to play in killing Lord Nobumitsu, because it was us who killed them. Like, that's interesting. Right? This idea of like dealing with who you are, and the idea of going through these like landscapes of like a Japanese hellscape, right? A very feudal era, you know, mythological style of hell is a very interesting way of seeing it. Because like hell, from a Western standpoint, is explored a lot within games. From an Eastern standpoint, it's not really explored much. It's surprisingly hard to find an Eastern game that has concepts that I grew up with versus like, oh, this is stuff that I learned in like Bible class, right? Stuff like that. Like Devil May Cry versus this, two very different settings, even though they both deal with the same concepts. But even then, it's sort of like, even though it's an interesting, I feel like the concept sort of fell flat in many ways. Like it's like, okay, we know who we are and we know that we're dealing with this because maybe we ourselves have done this. That's why we enter these different hells instead of just the towers themselves. But sort of. And it's also why where we end up is this like weird foggy land where we just drop into this place that seems to have like a single enclosed space. Like it's like, realistically, we're probably dead in some way. We're, you know, in some manner. But maybe we're not. And this is just, you know, the way that the Demon King has worked this space. But in every case, it still feels like who the character is and why they're going through this place is left as an implication. But it's never stronger than a whisper. You know what I mean? Some implications can hit you in a way that feels very powerful, and that makes you go, oh god, like there's something very genuinely wrong here, because it leads to everything else, and you see like a slower buildup of it. Other implications are just a whisper. They go in one ear, out the other, you might not even hear it, and it's never uttered again. It's like a secret that's made not for you. So strange in the way that's what this feels like. You know that something's there, but you never really get any idea of what it is. You never get more than that one little initial, you know, whisper on the wind, and then sort of dies out and fades to nothing else. That's what it feels like with at least the story of the character and what you're doing within this game. But everything else is fantastic. It's just strange how the game's just not done. I don't know. Again, I think you should play this game, but I think you should wait. Again, this is not for me saying like, okay, don't buy the game. No, I think the game is actually really cool. But the reason why I'm saying is that you should wait is because here, let me show you all. New announcement. We're extremely happy to announce that the cycle of life and death continues. Weird thing to say, but it's also very fitting. And with it comes a much anticipated free content update. This October 27th at 10 a.m. ET, delve back into the ominous Labyrinth. This free update does not change the Labyrinth you've come to know and love. I actually don't love the Labyrinth very much, but oh, that's another thing about the level design actually. Okay, so back to the game. The level design, very windy. I hate the bathhouse the most because it's not easy to know the changes that you've done with the water. Not to say that it should be, but it's more frustrating than it is more of a puzzle. It's sort of annoying because it's the combination of the enemies and the combination of not knowing whether or not you've done something correct that has changed something. Because some of the rooms that you have to check are so far away that the only way to confirm that your theory works is by seeing the result. And the only way to confirm that the theory works is by seeing that result far away specifically. To be able to make the connection between the colors of the pools on your map. And think about it too, is like, how often do you look at a map, and how often would you want to look at a map, even if it has the colored squares? Like most of the time, you wouldn't be looking at the map. Most of the time, your time is spent here, right? It's actually very easy to sort of forget to check the map. Same reason why I hated that first puzzle with the boy, where it was like, oh, those like question mark rooms, right? Some of the puzzle hints were sort of annoying because it's like, oh, that instrument, I'm gonna call it the shamisen, but I forget exactly what the name was that they used into the game. The biwa, right? The point of the biwa was that you had to bring it to a room to give as an offering, because there was an offering altar for a god that dealt with this thing, but it didn't really. I don't remember it saying specifically about that, but I'll have to check the VOD later. Maybe I am stupid, but at least in my mind, the description of the biwa missing the strings and so it can't be played, and the idea of the princess altar, it's like they should have just removed the princess altar entirely if it wasn't going to be used yet, just to leave as an empty room, because as it is, it's sort of like, when you see that, and you see the biwa, and then you see one of the descriptions on one of the columns is somebody who played the biwa, is that, why are you going, oh, sorry, so, like, remove the princess, and then leave, like, an empty room, an empty column, like an empty thing. A B wall? Oh, no, the Bihua, the BIHHWA. Yeah, it's my first time encountering the name too. I've only ever known the name of like a shamisen, but whatever a Bihua is, I'm assuming is like an instrument type that is similar in that regard, where it's like a stringed instrument. But I had that same confusion too, where I was like, okay, what does this even mean? Because what is a Bihua? But yeah, even googling for it, actually, I just googled it. Nothing shows up. That's kind of weird. Maybe it's like a very specific Romanization of a name that really makes more sense if you see it in the Japanese language versus like the Romanization, which is sort of like, which Romanization do you use, right? But anyways, like that puzzle, it was so frustrating to get to that point and being like, oh, maybe I need to play it because one of the pillars has somebody who's playing a biwa to keep the princess from being lonely. Like they're playing the music to keep the princess from being lonely. But you never do. You just give it to an offering statue, and you offer it, and it just goes away. For Jingo Kuten, I think their name was that, where it was like the guardian of the east or something, of the guardian of like travel or something. And it's like, well, how does this thing relate to traveling? Like it's odd. The salt puzzle is also kind of like frustrating. Like a lot of the game feels like a MacGuffin, where you just keep going in a straight line, and then you get more and more things that you have to like pick up and like open and use. There's other things too that hint at a greater level of complexity, where it's like the cat tells you to watch out for things like the painting on the wall that seems to have a draft, and so it hints you to the idea that could be hidden walls, but then there's never a hidden wall. There's only one hidden wall in the entire game, and you get a tutorial for it. That implies that maybe there's more hidden walls, and like I can't recall another hidden wall. There was a hole in the wall that we went into, but that thing was very obvious. It was just weird how many different elements of the levels felt like they weren't fully utilized as best as they could be. Like it was like, again, a lot of it felt like ambitions that weren't met because of some constraint. Again, I'm assuming that the game had to be released in some way, and that's why New Game Plus update is coming, because they're gonna try to like get more of it done. But it is weird that a lot of these elements are sort of left there. And here too, like the priest too. The idea of the priest and the mystery of who the priest is when they show up, and then the priest losing their memory, and then all the priest does is sell you talismans, and they talk about the fact that they lost their memory, and that's it. It's like that's the entire story of the priest. Like it's weird, but the tea house maiden, that person who cleans your instrument, she gets more screen time in terms of like complexity, even though arguably she was not the more interesting hyped up character. Like the priest was a more hyped up character based on the nature of him appearing behind the locked wall, as in he somehow was able to make it through the door without having to interact with the seals. He was somebody who was able to actually, in many ways, command a level of mastery over the labyrinth comparable to that of the Demon King. Right? If you think of it in that sense. And he's just in many ways sort of reduced down to a shopkeep with no other bits of substance. Like, it's very odd how little substance he has beyond this point. It's strange. Like, that's the bits that make me go, there's something missing about this, right? Let alone these dead areas, but let's assume that these dead areas are like cut areas, right? So, yeah, good game. But again, wait for this update. Okay? New enemies, puzzles, weapons, mechanics, interactions, and much more. The key, I think, is puzzles, mechanics, interactions, and much more. Same Labyrinth, but all the things that I'm talking about, they're probably going to be able to finish it now. As in, like, this is when the game is done. I actually sort of regret playing the game now of all times. Not that it was like a bad thing to play the game. I still did enjoy my time, but it's sort of like, in terms of like the Steam rating system, I would say I had a mostly positive time and not a very positive. Because it's like, if this update does include what I think it might include, then all of a sudden the game goes from mostly positive to probably overwhelmingly positive because of how good it is at building the atmosphere. But look at this. Look at October 27th. I actually think it is worth it to buy the game once this update comes out. Because look at what it's sort of showing you, look at what it's hinting, look at what it's like giving you as like an idea of what to expect from the game. The tree. Something about the tree. Something about whoever this character is. New weapon types even. See this? New enemy types. Again, think about this too. A lot of the weapons had this idea of like, it breaks through an enemy's defense, right? Like, you had that piercing attribute. But we've never faced an enemy in the entire game with armor. There wasn't a single enemy in the game with armor. Every single boss, except for the Nupa people and maybe the Demon King, had no clothing. They were all just masses of flesh. So it's like, there's even an entire attribute system that isn't even used. Like, this is the first time we've seen an enemy with armor. It's fascinating how much of the game is, in many ways, feeling like it feels like the game is complete from this update onwards. Because now you have to care about breaking someone's armor. Now you have to care a little bit about maybe some spacing and stuff, and there's new weapons and stuff. Sure, it's cool. See, there's like new different ways to like play the game and have to deal with, you know, what's like going on. Like, it actually looks fascinating now. And then it shows hints of even this puzzle, the princess, the maiden of the castle. Maybe we get to finish that, and then these doors can open. These doors that were closed. I mean, or maybe they weren't closed. I don't know, but yeah. Wait for this update. That's like, it's just weird that the game isn't. It's weird in many ways that if you buy the game, you're getting you're getting a game that's complete, but not to a vision. How do I say this? This game is a whole game, but it is not the whole game. It's a whole game, but it's not the whole game. It is not the vision that I think in many ways you get hints of. Because look at this. Listen to this. Feel this. And recognize that all of this is just a fraction of what it could be. It's not the game. Exactly. Onegaishimasu.